Deputy Vice-Chancellor, student affairs, University Fellowship Program.
Is raise up your hand. To serve, select, and represent the convention.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, student affairs, University Fellowship Program.
Is raise up your hand. To serve, select, and represent the convention.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, student affairs, University Fellowship Program.
Is raise up your hand. To serve, select, and represent the convention.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, student affairs, University Fellowship Program.
Is raise up your hand. To serve, select, and represent the convention.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, student affairs, University Fellowship Program.
Is raise up your hand. To serve, select, and represent the convention.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, student affairs, University Fellowship Program.
Is raise up your hand. To serve, select, and represent the convention.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, student affairs, University Fellowship Program.
Is raise up your hand. To serve, select, and represent the convention.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, student affairs, University Fellowship Program.
Is raise up your hand. To serve, select, and represent the convention.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, student affairs, University Fellowship Program.
Is raise up your hand. To serve, select, and represent the convention.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, student affairs, University Fellowship Program.
Is raise up your hand. To serve, select, and represent the convention.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, student affairs, University Fellowship Program.
Is raise up your hand. To serve, select, and represent the convention.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, student affairs, University Fellowship Program.
Is raise up your hand. To serve, select, and represent the convention.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, student affairs, University Fellowship Program.
Is raise up your hand. To serve, select, and represent the convention.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, student affairs, University Fellowship Program.
Is raise up your hand. To serve, select, and represent the convention.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, student affairs, University Fellowship Program.
Is raise up your hand. To serve, select, and represent the convention.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, student affairs, University Fellowship Program.
Is raise up your hand. To serve, select, and represent the convention.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, student affairs, University Fellowship Program.
Is raise up your hand. To serve, select, and represent the convention.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, student affairs, University Fellowship Program.
Is raise up your hand. To serve, select, and represent the convention.
Deputy Vice-Chancellor, student affairs, University Fellowship Program.
Is raise up your hand.
student affairs, university fellowship program.
Please raise up your hand to serve and represent the convention.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, student affairs, university fellowship program.
Please raise up your hand to serve and represent the convention.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, student affairs, university fellowship program.
Please raise up your hand to serve and represent the convention.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, student affairs, university fellowship program.
Please raise up your hand to serve and represent the convention.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, student affairs, university fellowship program.
Please raise up your hand to serve and represent the convention.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, student affairs, university fellowship program.
Please raise up your hand
Deputy Vice Chancellor, student affairs, university fellowship program.
Please raise up your hand to serve and represent the convention. Raise up your hand to serve and represent the convention.
Very good morning and welcome to our esteemed guests, honorable parliament members, and distinguished attendees. We are gathered here today for the UTP Student Parliament Sitting 1 Session 2026, a platform where student leaders deliberate on key matters, represent student voices, and contribute meaningfully to the development of our university community. Parliament members, may I have your attention please? When using the microphone, kindly hold it close to your mouth and speak clearly. Please avoid tapping the microphone, and to turn it on, please press once, and press once again to turn it off. Thank you for your cooperation. Before we begin, please take note of the following rules of SPEC Parliament. Kindly silence your phones to maintain a focused and professional environment. Refrain from using flashlights or any disruptive lighting during the session. Speak softly to ensure a respectful and conducive atmosphere. Once the sitting officially begins, no one is allowed to enter or leave the hall until the designated break sessions. We kindly request all members to take their seats as we prepare to commence shortly.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, student affairs, university fellowship program.
Please raise up your hand to serve and represent the convention.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. To serve and represent the Convention.
Very good morning and welcome to our esteemed guest, honorable panel parliament members, and distinguished attendees. We are gathered here today for the UTP Student Parliament Sitting 1 Session 2026, a platform where student leaders deliberate on key matters, represent student voices, and contribute meaningfully to the development of our university community. Parliament members, may I have your attention please? When using the microphone, kindly hold it close to your mouth and speak clearly. Please avoid tapping the microphone. And to turn it on, please press once and press once again to turn it off. Thank you for your cooperation. Before we begin, please take note of the following rules of Spec Parliament. Kindly silence your phones to maintain a focused and professional environment. Refrain from using flashlights or any disruptive lighting during the sessions. Speak softly to ensure a respectful and conducive atmosphere. Once the sitting officially begins, no one is allowed to enter or leave the hall until the designated break sessions. We kindly request all members to take their seats as we prepare to commence shortly. A very good morning and welcome to our esteemed guests, honorable parliament members, and distinguished attendees. We are gathered here today for the UTP Student Parliament Sitting 1, Session 2026, a platform where student leaders deliberate on key matters, represent student voices, and contribute meaningfully to the development of our university community. Parliament members, may I have your attention please? When using the microphone, kindly hold it close to your mouth and speak clearly. Please avoid tapping the microphone, and to turn it on, please press once, and press once again to turn it off. Thank you for your cooperation. Before we begin, please take note of the following rules of Spec Parliament. Kindly silence your phones to maintain a focused and professional environment. Refrain from using flashlights or any disruptive lighting during the session. Speak softly to ensure a respectful and conducive atmosphere. Once the sitting officially begins, no one is allowed to enter or leave the hall until the designated break sessions. We kindly request all members to take their seats as we prepare to commence shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. We are pleased to welcome the arrival of Professor Dr. Benjamin Colin Kosh, Provost of University Technology Petronas, accompanied by honored guest and Parliament Secretary. Let us show our appreciation with a round of applause. Thank you. Now, let us all rise together to sing the national anthem Nagaraku, followed by the UTP song. Thank you. You may be seated. To seek divine blessings upon today's proceeding, I would now like to invite Ahmad Hazwan Farid to lead the Dua recitation. Please welcome.
الفاتحة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. اللهم إنك خلاق العظيم، إنك سميع عليم، إنك غفور رحيم، إنك رب العرش العظيم، إنك البر الجواد الكريم. Ya Allah, Ya Rahim, praise be to God, the Lord of the worlds. Peace and blessing be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his companions, and for those who followed his example till the judgment day. Allahumma Ya Allah, on this blessing evening, in conjunction with the UTP Student Parliament Sitting 1, Session 2026, we beseech thee and grateful towards you in favor of all the infinite blessing doers, your humble servant, to live in a safe and prosperous life. We seek your blessing for the flawless of the progress of the event, from the beginning till the end. We seek your guidance to steer clear of events that will be detrimental to the progress of this event. Ya Latif Ya Rahman, please bless us with your tawfiq and hidayah. Please guide University Technology Petronas to greatness, peace, glory, and prosperity in this world and hereafter. Make us responsible, intellectual, grant us with valuable knowledge beneficial to mankind to gain your madratillah. Make us your righteous servant that follows your commands and neglect the sinful act. Please forgive us for our wrongdoing. Amin amin ya rabbal alamin.
Thank you, Ahmad Hazwan Farid. May today's sitting proceed smoothly and productively. Honorable members, once again, welcome to the UTP Student Parliament Sitting 1, Session 2026. Today's sitting reflects our shared commitment to responsible leadership, constructive dialogue, and meaningful representation. Let us conduct our discussions with professionalism, openness, and mutual respect. Without further ado, we shall proceed to the opening address from our distinguished guest. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to invite Professor Dr. Benjamin Colin Kosh, Provost of University Technology Petronas, to deliver the opening speech. Please welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Saravanan, Mr. Ahmad, members of UTP Student Parliament, members of UTP SBC, colleagues and observers, thank you for being here. It's a pleasure, real pleasure, to open the first sitting of the UTP Student Parliament for 2026. I think I observed this before with you. In the UK, it is the King that opens Parliament, so I'm very pleased to be here fulfilling that function for you today. But I can't claim divine right to do so, so I'm grateful for your inviting me to do it. Before anything else, I want to thank the team behind it, especially UTP, SBC, and everyone who has worked to organize today's session. A lot of effort goes into making something like this work well, and it is appreciated. The Student Parliament is an important part of how UTP continues to strengthen student leadership and student voice on campus. Universities are defined not only by their teaching and research, but also by the opportunities they create for students to learn representation, public debate, responsibility, and leadership. And that's exactly what this Parliament is all about. It creates a structured space for students, for all of you, to discuss issues that matter, represent your peers, and engage constructively with the university. And that really matters, because a healthy university community depends on dialogue, transparency, and trust between students and the institution. To the members of Parliament here today, you have been elected to represent your fellow students. That's both a privilege and a responsibility. Your job is to listen carefully to them, debate respectively with each other, and work together to propose ideas that improve the experience of students across the university. Leadership in a setting like this isn't about status. It's about service and contribution. It's about how effectively you represent your peers and how constructively you work with each other. So I encourage you to use this forum well. Ask good questions. Listen carefully to different perspectives. Focus on really practical ideas that move things forwards for the whole student community. Over the past year, we've seen the Student Parliament play an increasingly valuable role in strengthening communication between students and the university. It's created more opportunities for dialogue and helped ensure that student perspectives are heard clearly by all of us in the university. As this new session begins, I encourage you to build on that progress. Continue to represent your fellow students thoughtfully. Continue to engage constructively with people like me and Mr. Sarah and university leadership. Continue to help shape a campus environment where students feel both heard and empowered. Because ultimately that's the purpose of this Parliament, not just discussion for its own sake, but constructive engagement that helps make UTP a better place for everyone. I'm really looking forward to seeing the ideas and proposals that come out of today's discussion. I'm going to stay for a little while this morning. I can't stay all day, I'm afraid, but I'm going to stay for a little while to hear how you work together, and I'm looking forward to that very much. So with that, it's my absolute pleasure to officially declare the UTP Student Parliament Session 1 for 2026 open. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Benjamin Colin Koch, for the inspiring and encouraging remarks. At this point, I will now hand over the proceedings to the Parliament Secretary, Jaden and Mastura, to continue with the next agenda. The floor is yours.
Thank you to our esteemed MC. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable mention of UTP Student Parliament, good morning. My name is Nurin Mastra binti Razali, and as we proceed with today's formal agenda, now we move to the election of the Speaker and Vice Speaker, conducted by the House of Secretary and Speakers. First, let us introduce the candidates who have stepped forward for the role of Speaker. The two candidates are, firstly, Adrish Elnes Shamir bin Badrisham. Adrish is currently in his final year, pursuing his degree in chemical engineering. He holds 2 presidential titles, serving as the president of the Cadets Fan Club, as well as the president of UTPers under PCS. He also held the role as the project director for the Zero Substance Abuse Initiative. For the past 3 years, he has dedicated his time as a tutor for multiple engineering courses. He has also facilitated and participated in over 50 university-level programs. He has also earned the nomination for the prestigious C Award in the leadership category. Lastly, he also has successfully completed a professional internship at the ExxonMobil Business Support Center. Second, Muhammad Ashraf bin Nur Muhammad Amin. Ashraf is currently pursuing mechanical engineering, maintaining an outstanding CGPA of 3.67, while consistently achieving the straight dean's list throughout his academic journey. He previously served as the Vice Speaker in 2025 and contributed actively as the Vice President of UTP Griffin. He has served as the main representative teaching additional mathematics at SMK Derry. His dedication and hard work have not gone unnoticed. He was recognized as the Best Hustle Committee of 2025. Ashraf has also established strong connections with Tsinghua University in China. The elected speaker will preside over parliamentary sessions, ensure order, and uphold the integrity of our discussions and decisions. Next, we have our only candidate for a vice speaker, Ilhan Zikri bin Zul Azli. Ilhan is currently pursuing chemical engineering with a minor in data science. He has served as the vice president of the ambassador of Center for Foundation Studies, ISFOS. He was the project manager for Sentuhan Desa 2025 under ConvoFest, the project director for the Math Comic Challenge, and the Down to Earth Project 2025. He has also contributed as the assistant project director for the Petronas Penapisan Terengganu Industrial Visit and Pesta Merdeka 2025. Additionally, Ilhan is a gold medalist at the Virtual Innovation Competition Exhibition 2025, a silver medalist at MJIC International Innovation Competition 2026, and a proud recipient of the CFS Dean's List and Student Leadership Awards 2025. He was also a top finalist in the Talent Boardroom Challenge 2025. Despite only having one candidate, we will still proceed with the voting for the Vice Speaker. If necessary, a new election will be conducted for the next Parliament. Should the opposition wish to nominate another candidate for the next Parliament, they may do so at that time. With the candidates now introduced, we shall proceed with the voting. Each member will cast their vote by raising hands and are only allowed to vote once for each position. Now, we will start with 2 speaker candidates. First, Adrish Elnes Shamir bin Badrisham. Please raise your hand. Our secretaries will begin the counting of votes. Next, if members wish to vote for Muhammad Ashraf bin Nur Muhammad Amin, please raise your hand. Our secretaries will begin the counting of votes. Next, we will move on to the Vice Speaker candidate. If members wish to vote for Ilhan Zikri bin Zul Azlin, please raise your hand. Our secretaries will begin the counting of votes. Thank you, members of parliament. The elected speaker of the student parliament is Adrish Elnis Shamir bin Badrisham with total votes of 18, and the role of vice speaker of the student parliament will be presumed by the sole candidate Ilhan Zikri bin Zul Aslin.
Thank you. Now that the Speaker and Vice Speaker have been officially elected, we shall proceed with the oath-taking ceremony for all members of the Student Parliament. The ceremony will be led by Adris Alnes Shamir bin Badrisham. All members of Parliament, please rise. With that, the oath-taking ceremony is now complete. We trust that you will uphold the duties and responsibilities with integrity. Thank you, members of the Parliament. Please be seated. We will now have a short 3-minute break to allow the Speaker and Vice Speaker to make necessary preparation for the next agenda. Kindly remain in your seats as the session will resume shortly.
one, test. Mic. Test one.
a track poses safety risks and led to injuries, pushing for prioritizing Phase 1, a simple running track within the next 5 years as an immediate interim solution. The motion is currently undergoing our long-term review. It has highlighted a historical delay of 8 to 9 years due to budgeting and scope creep, which is stadium versus track. As an action item, a recommendation was made for SRC, SPAC, and Parliament to jointly meet with management to review procedures and accelerate the decision-making process. Now, I would like to invite Petroleum Geoscience constituency to present the motion progress and state whether they wish to proceed with or withdraw the motion.
Excuse me, I would like to present the motion update because I was the motion presenter. So is that all right?
Yes.
So this was the motion that was previously approved by the 2025 tenure of enhancing sports infrastructure, the case for the running track at UTP. And the main issue or the problem statement why we brought this up is because of two perspectives, perspective from the clubs and also from the students. So clubs had a lot of issues, especially the running club UTP Athletics Association UTP AA, which made it difficult for them to pull in coaches for tournament because they don't have a specific places to train. And this does not only go to UTP AA, but also other clubs which may utilize running as part of their training. And as overall for students also, for normal students, for them to do a leisure activity or student athletes to conduct their training in like a proper manner with in a proper track and field setting wasn't available at UTP until now. So that's why the motion is brought up. So that's the details of the motion. And when we reach out to the management, they didn't wanted to build a track and field facility alone. They wanted to do a stadium itself. They want to go big straight. So and they proposed a timeline of around 7 to 8 years. And now successfully we have good updates. Moving on to the next page. We have good updates. So let's talk about the progress of the current project. So from a long-term review of 8 to 7 years of delay, the project have jumped in to the planning and implementation phase already. So we had a meeting with all of the board members of the UTP and also specifically Madam Helena and also Student Affairs to conduct this meeting on the new sports complex project in our UTP. And the timeline have been set and the timeline have been finalized, which is from 2026 to 2030. All right, so we'll be having the implementation phase and also the planning and implementation phase, and it will end in the execution will end in around 2030. So by 2030, we'll have a new sports complex with refurbished buildings of Block A, Block B, Block C, connecting it to the field, which will have a grandstand. So previously, they already had this plan of making a new sports complex project. But after this motion and after the motion, after I met with a few individuals while researching about this motion and also fighting to bring up this motion into the UTP management, they have considered it and they have agreed to build a grandstand along with a track and field facility in this sports complex enhancement project. All right, so moving on to the next page. So moving on to the next page, the final decision of the 2026 tenure is basically, I would say the motion is resolved. We are already able to make the motion successful already. So it is already in the plan. So now we just have to make sure that I myself and also the upcoming SRC tenure to just keep an eye on this project so that we don't run out from the scheduling lah, so that the scheduling won't be delayed. All right. So the outcome of the meeting, we also, like I said, we got to confirm a grandstand and also a track and field facility. And also, I was personally invited to the meeting to do the design layout for student feedbacks and also like a proper international hosting standard, because our goal is, while I was presenting my motion back then in 2025, the goal wasn't only to serve the student welfare, but also to make it as a good business return of investment for UTP by hosting tournaments. So to make sure that, and also the construction and the execution window is locked in for 2026 to 2030. And final execution to be finalized and to be confirmed to be built by 2030. All right, so that's it for the outcome, and the final decision of the 2026 tenure is that the motion have already succeeded, or we would say resolved, by implementing it in the UTP's project, and now it has been transitioned to implementation and oversight. And I would like to end my speech there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Petroleum Geoscience constituency, for the motion progress. For the next session, we will review upon motion 3, review and optimization of the regular academic timetable. This House supports the review and optimization of the regular academic timetable, aiming to improve student well-being by ensuring a consistent rest period regardless of faculty or program. This motion seeks to provide students with sufficient time for meals, prayer, and mental rest, especially on heavily packed academic days. The motion is currently open. An engagement session with cadets was held on 19 March, where the idea was well received. However, cadets advise against a rigid break structure. They recommend more flexible arrangements by splitting the break into shorter intervals of 15 to 30 minutes instead. Ongoing engagement with stakeholders reflects a strong commitment to a practical and inclusive solution, signaling meaningful progress toward formalizing the initiative. Now, I would like to invite Student Support Unit constituency to present the motion progress and state whether they wish to proceed with or withdraw the motion.
Honorable chairs and members of the parliament, after careful consideration, it is evident that this motion presents significant practical concern. In order to maintain the required credit hours, classes would be pushed into 4 to 10 p.m. this time window. And then such a shift would directly conflict with sports training, student club commitments, and many other extracurricular activities that form an important part of campus life. Implementing these changes would also require a major overhaul of the current timetable, causing unnecessary disruption to both students and also faculty. Given this implication, it would not be practical or beneficial to proceed with the proposal at this time. Therefore, I respectfully move that this motion to be withdrawn and not proceeded. Thank you.
Thank you, Student Support Unit constituency, for the motion progress. And for the next session, we will review upon motion 4, review of residential village prohibited items. This motion proposed a review of outdated residential village prohibitions, unchanged for 6 years, specifically to allow safer, certified appliances such as air fryers. It argues that current rules do not reflect modern student needs or safety standards. and that regulated appliance usage would reduce illegal cooking and off-campus travel risks. The motion was accepted by the House. Proponents argued air fryers are safer than microwaves, and that legalization would reduce dangerous illegal cooking. Concerns about impacting campus cafe businesses were encountered by the argument that cafes would remain convenient and competition would improve service. Fears of uncontrolled appliances were addressed by proposing a strict registration system for CRIM certified items only. Now, I would like to invite electrical and electronic engineering constituency to present the motion progress.
Assalamualaikum and good morning, everyone. So, I'll be presenting about the motion titled Review of Residential Village Prohibited Items. So a bit details about this motion. So, this motion proposes a review of outdated residential village provision, particularly regarding the use of certain electrical appliances, such as okay, so we already have some progress in this by the FFP team. Okay, this is on some of their side. Okay, so the first one, regarding this motion, the FFP team has engaged with DET and also PMD regarding the current condition of electrical items. So the CET states that the PMM states that the electrical appliance with a power rating below 100 watt, 1000 watt is actually legal and generally allowed. However, air fryers remain prohibited due to the Residential Village Management Guidebook that still stated that it's not allowed. But when SRC engaged with RM generally support lifting of air fryer, and they say that ban of air fryer is due to the group by PMM for the 1000 watt. So you can see how there is some redundancy there. So what's the next option? So SRC is currently working to obtain an official statement from UTP that can confirm that electrical appliances below 1000 watt are permitted. And once the black and white statement is get, the SRC will have a follow-up meeting with RM and also PMM to legalize air fryer and also some other electrical appliances.
You electrical and electronic engineering constituency for the motion progress. Finally, we will review upon the last motion. Motion 5. Revision of outbound student allowance guidelines for better support. This House supports the revision of outbound student allowance guidelines for better support. This motion aims to ensure that outbound students are sufficiently supported to take care of their welfare when representing UTP. Now, I would like to invite the Sports and Recreation constituency to present the motion progress.
Alright, so I believe this is the previous sports seat motion which was presented by Ragnall. And now for the motion update on the revision of outbound student allowance guidelines for better support is that we found out that this motion's problem statement, why it brought up was because there was very little coverage from the UTP's management for student athletes who are going out to competitions. And now after, and the reason why Ragnall brought it up is because he wanted to remove financial barrier to those students who are competing UTP, and also it's fair for them because they are representing UTP. And now the progress for the motion is, we have conducted a meeting with Madam Helena. So Madam Helena has let us know that the current policy is covering a lot of things that is already doing a lot for the students, especially the daily allowance. So now the daily allowance is standardized at RM30, no more claim basis. So it's going to be RM30, and now the fees for the tournament fees and the registration fees will be fully covered by UTP. the students don't have to pay for that. And health, we have full coverage for medical supplements and also those sports medical things for bandage, sports tape and all that, and medical supplements and all of the required supplements and also the medical expenses will be fully covered by UTP also. And also for accommodation, it's covered for most of the tournaments which is in a big scale, where we'll be bringing a lot of athletes from UTP. So it's covering all of the fundamentals and all of the things that are needed during when we're going to a tournament. So after reviewing the current policy, I feel like the gap that was identified in 2025 when the motion was brought up, we got to basically successfully meet the criteria and also cover most of the expenses of the student athletes. And so for that, we would like to for being the spot seat for the 2026 tenure, I would like to declare that the motion has been resolved. So because the primary objectives for financial sufficiency have been met and institutionalized, so further legislative action is no longer required. The 2026 tenure will formally conclude this motion to pivot our strategic focus toward sporting infrastructure and facility enhancement. For this current tenure, I'll be specifically working on the facility enhancement of our current facilities, like our gym, and also pulling in a new gym operator at our Nadi Fitness. And so we'll be focusing directly on the current facilities right now by making it better. So, and also for the previous motion that have been brought up, we believe that the motion have been resolved by the current policy. So I would like to close this motion. Thank you.
Thank you to the Sports and Recreation constituency for the motion progress. This concludes our session for the approved motion debate update. Thank you to all constituencies for your active participation and thoughtful presentations. With that, I now pass the floor to Jaden to lead the rules and regulations.
Before we officially begin our session, I would like to briefly highlight the key rules and regulations that all members must follow throughout today's sitting. These rules are essential to ensure our discussion are conducted smoothly, fairly, and respectfully. Objective and purpose of Student Parliament. The UTP Student Parliament serves as a platform for student leaders to voice concerns, propose solutions, and debate issues related to student welfare and campus life. Topics that can be raised include hostel condition, academic matters, campus facilities, health, safety, and finance. The Parliament also acts as a check and balance for the Student Representative Council, ensuring their decision and action align with the student interests. This Parliament also nurtures leadership, communication, and critical thinking skills among members while promoting intellectual and constructive debate. Language of proceeding. The official language for all Parliament sitting is English. However, Malay may be used if permission is granted by the Speaker. Membership and attendance. The members of this Parliament consist of all elected student representatives from each constituency, as well as High Committee members of the Student Representative Council. Attendance of all sitting is compulsory. To officially proceed, at least one half of all Parliament members must be present to form a quorum. If this quorum is not met within 30 minutes of the scheduled start time, the sitting will be postponed to a later date, not exceeding 30 days. If the quorum is still not met at the postponed sitting, the meeting may proceed, but no changes to the standing order may be made. Role and powers of the Speaker. The Speaker serves as a presiding officer of the Parliament sitting and is responsible for ensuring the sitting runs smoothly. The Speaker coordinates the agenda, grants permission for members to speak, enforce time limits, ensure that all speeches remain relevant to the motion being discussed, and uphold order and decorum in the chamber. the Speaker has the authority to issue warning, suspend members, and, in serious cases, expel member from the Parliament for up to 1 year. The Speaker also has the power to approve or reject motions and amendment, adjourn meetings, and enforce all rules and regulations outlined in the standing orders. Procedures and for motion. Motion must be submitted at least 3 days before the Parliament sitting for screening by the Student Parliamentary and Election Council. Approved motion will be circulated to all members at least 3 days before the sitting. During the sitting, each motion presenter will have 7 minutes to present the motion, after which debate will open to the floor. Each member who speaks during the debate will have 5 minutes to present the argument unless the speaker grants an extension. Once the debate concludes, the motion will be put into vote with result announced by the speaker. A motion is accepted if it manages to get the vote of the simple majority of members of parliament present. Emergency motion may also be allowed at the discretion of the speaker, but only if they meet strict criteria. Speaking rules and debate conduct. Only one member may speak at a time, and only after being recognized by the speaker when speaking, members must stand and address the speaker directly. All speeches must be relevant to the motion being debated. Personal attacks, language, or inappropriate remarks directed at other member are strictly prohibited. Members must refer to each other by their constituency or officer title rather than by name. Points of order and interruption. Interruption are only allowed under two conditions. First, to raise a point of order if a member believes there has been a breach of the rules. And second, to seek clarification on a specific point made by speaker, but only if speaker grants permission. Any other form of interruption, such as heckling or speaking out of turn, is strictly prohibited. Conduct and decorum. All members are expected to behave respectfully at all times during the sitting. This includes entering and leaving the chamber with decorum, avoiding unnecessary movement across the floor, and refraining from the reading unrelated materials. During the session, members are expected to listen attentively when others are speaking. For virtual sitting, members must turn on the cameras for the duration of the sitting unless the speaker grants permission to turn them off. Members must also keep their microphone muted when not speaking. Proper formal attire is required, which include dark suits, blazer, corporate shirt, and other professional clothing for both male and female members. Breaches and penalties. Certain behaviors are considered serious breaches of conduct and will be not tolerated under any circumstances. These include the use of rude, offensive, racist, or seditious language, promoting anti-government or anti-university sentiment, or making statements designed to stir up hatred between different groups within the university. The speaker has the authority to immediately stop debate, remove motion that breach these rules, and expel member from the parliament for up to 1 year if they found guilty of serious misconduct. Time management. To respect everyone's time, parliament sitting must adjourn no later than 6:30 p.m. No extension beyond this time are allowed under any circumstances. That concludes this briefing on the important rules and regulations for today's sitting. I trust that all honorable members will uphold this regulation fully to ensure an orderly and productive session. With that, I will now invite the Speaker of the Parliament, Adris Al-Nasami bin Badrisham, to take the floor and lead the session.
Okay. Again, we will now proceed with the presidential question time. Please be reminded, this session shall not exceed 15 minutes. A bell will ring once after 7 minutes of the president's speech. As a reminder for the president to conclude. If the speech is not concluded within the next 30 seconds, the bell will ring twice, signaling the president to immediately take his seat. Any emergency motion may be submitted during the break. Without further ado, I would like to invite the President of Student Representative Council, Zafran Nazmi bin Nazri, to deliver his speech. Please welcome him.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wasahbihi ajma'in. So today's is the presentation question time. So I will present to you guys around 70 pages. So we keep it short because we're short of time. Okay, sure. So first of all, we will update you guys. Okay, first we update the student integration part. First event is student leadership solidarity camp. So this one event we conducted in Sabah. Is 8 people have attended this, where they more to invest in the cultures and program throughout the community engagement. So this one is also included others IPTA and IPTS towards these events. So next is energizing youth programs. So this one is a 3 weeks event with the Petronas. We open to all the students, so 20 students from UTP representative us, and we winning the second place of the EYP 2026 for the first cohort. For the status, already done. Next, for the Gemma Syukur. Gemma Syukur have been done on 31 December 2025 with collaboration with Jabatan Perdana Menteri and My Fund Action. So this one more focusing on student involvement and meaningful large scale events where we promote positive value, appreciation and social harmony. So this one already done by VPSI. Next. Okay, the next one is leaders to leaders training. I believe this also involving the MPs, opposition, and also the SRC, where we want to enhance our leadership skill. So this one is leadership skill. We already done it last semester for our leaders to leaders. Next is STSR, Sit Tight Speak Right 6.0. This one is focusing on international program where we want enhance the English communications. This one involving 90 committee and 120 international students from the Thailand. So this is the annual English learning camp where before this they are giving to the whole week, but right now we are taking for the SRC to give equal chances for all the students, and we open it to all the students. This also have been done by our SRC team. Okay, next. Next is Smile of Handsock, where we are collaboration with the Rakan Masjid programs in the Ramadan. So this one we remind to cover the aurah as a woman. We also distribute the handsock while waiting for iftar. So Alhamdulillah, we have distributed around 200 handsock to all the students in UTP, and also we capture 200 smile of students when we are giving this handsock. Next, update on the USEC meeting. We have been a USEC meeting before around this February. So we have brought a students' problems and also meeting on session discussion about few motion that we bring. It will be a good and positive feedbacks from the high up. So I believe this already done for the first USEC meetings. The next one is about NADI UTP 24 hours. This heavy fight for our tenure to get NADI approval for 24 hours. If you guys know, this is not, before this is not 24 hours. But we have talked with the management, and Alhamdulillah, we get approval to make sure NADI is 24 hours to make sure students get a comfortable place and also conducive space to their discussion and also to their study space. However, please keep in mind that the operation aircon is limited to 7 a.m. until 3 a.m. due to the maintenance and also the capacities and also the building system. And this also been approved. Next is Convention Beli Islam IPT Negeri Perak. This one, we have collaboration with the Rakam Masjid and also Harmony UTP, where we invite PU Rahmat to give speech, more focusing on becoming a responsible and impactful leaders. So this one more to talks and leadership. And this one is already done. We have done it before. Next is Makmal dan Dialog Kemenjadian Mahasiswa Rancangan Pendidikan Tinggi. This one where the higher up come and meet the ministry. For this one, a good news that the flash siswa been approved for the IPTS due to this Makmal and Dialog. So this one is GLU representative have been fight to get students, not just IPTA, but also IPTS to get benefits, which is the flash siswa. And this program will also include the dialogue session and iftar ceremony, which is Dr. Zamri, the Minister of Higher Education. So this is more focusing that our visibility at the IPTS, we just not anak angkat, but also we are part of our IPTA and we are part to bring the voice of the students. Next is Block GLU workshop. This one we want to set a new formation for a block excourse and the change of constitution of blocks. For your information, blocks is the collaboration between four university, GLU University, which is MMU, UniKL, UTP, and also Uniten. So we have sent representative for UTP, and we appoint the secretary, chairman, and vice chairman towards this GLU workshop. And this one have been done last few weeks. So the idea of meeting is UTPs will conduct an event today one night in UTP for the leadership summit. The next, for the ongoing initiative ICOM, we will do the secretariat SRC because looking for the workload and also more initiative that we want to bring, the secretariat SRC very, very important and play a crucial role to make sure all the initiative in UTP will get done by our tenure and by this semester to make sure students get what they should get. Okay, next, I will continue with the VPSE, the Student Experience SRC Initiative. The first one, we have done it last semester, the free breakfast initiative, where we want to ensure students eating well and not forgetting the importance of taking breakfast. So this one to minimize the time consuming for students taking the breakfast. So around 100 packs have been distributed for the certain days and before student taking the test. So this one is where I want to show that we also take care of their well-being. The next is SRC X Culture. So this one is objective to showcase how the platform to help user plan their career, learn skill, and also prepare for the job. And Alhamdulillah, we get around 500 opportunity students to learn AI workshop and also to improve enhance their skill, especially for the career development. So for now, we still recruiting for the registration. We want to get to 500 students to get benefit from our initiative. Next is UTP KLA bus service. This one is to update on initiative providing bus transportation for UTP students to KLA 1 and KLA 2. So Alhamdulillah, around 202 students get benefit from this initiative, where the Borneo student will get free transportation from the KLA to UTP to KLA and vice versa. So we want to enhance student convenience and travel accessibility towards during festival. Next, UTP KTM RM Seringit. So bus service. So this one is objective to move and taking train to going back for Hari Raya and also the festival. So we have currently done NPMD. Around 28 students will get benefit on this. Next is about flood donation. The flood donation is where we give flood donation to the student affected by flood last year. So this one already done. Next is SRC ISO, where we have the collaboration with each department regarding the international student initiative and gain insight. So outcome. The outcome is we know the position of each department and connecting department easily merging and collaboration afterward. Next is SRC X, Rex, and EDEX, where we have proposed initiative that you guys can take in highlighted a few main important things: grab and go, metric card, implementation of course registration period, additional study space and week exam, and enhance of the blended learning. Next is IRC registration method, where you guys right now do not have to scan, you just tap the card and its status is already done. Next is SRT X done. SSRT NU. Sorry. The objective to enhance student awareness and transparency regarding the SRT process and also its purpose. So we have get complaints where the SRC is very not privacy, but after we get the feedbacks, it is very constructive feedback where student can do the feedback for the lecturer and we do not leak the information to the lecturer. Next is Travel Shuttle Bus, where we provide the free bus to the students. So this one is in progress, so we'll do in 30 days. Next, UML testing, where we want to do the pilot testing among the students to get the feedback for the collection for the system improvement. The last one is, the UPass system. UPass is to establish a platform that enables students to easily access the past examination paper. It's a U-Shuttle. Next, the U-Shuttle. U-Shuttle is to provide students with real-time information on current bus location. More to the GPS that the Grab have used. The next one is UTP running track. So the active to have a better sport complex that have all the facilities needed by student. I think this one is there have been touched before this. Next, this one is the ongoing initiative, but I will keep update on the next for the student development.
Please conclude your statement.
Okay. Sorry, speaker, I will finish this first. Okay, for the VPSD, we have recruited KEF, C Award, UTPSS, and Cultura. This one we want to give the equal chances for the student to make sure they all get the same chances to be part of the HiCom. Next is club governance and administration training, where we give all the high president club to enhance their skill. Update on event guideline, we have been updated the event guideline 2026. For the training system, we have done a new training system for the students. And we also conducted My Safe Food, where we contribute around 100 more packs food distribution. And we also have reduced the food waste in Bazaar Ramadan. We also update on club status for the clubs, collaboration with Sangis for Holy Run, collaboration with Midnight Echoes. We also have the GLU Youth Nation CSR program, and few more ongoing initiatives. So I will conclude my speech. 8 minutes is not enough for us to show what we have done. So today I believe that SRC play an important role, and we just a one semester, but I believe our team have done a very good job to make sure all the student voice, to make sure all the student welfare has been done. So we also have done few manifesto in this initiative. So I believe that all the students, member of parliaments, who together we keep improvising what we are doing, and we make sure that student is be our priority, and we make sure that this platform as parliament to be part of where we want to serve students. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your speech, Zafran Nazmi bin Nazmi. The floor is now open to all members of parliament for any question. You will have 10 minutes. Viwan, you may rise.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is directed to the Mr. President. I would like to ask the update regarding the campus policy on micromobility. So on January 30th, the statement from SRC is that the proposed ban was proposed to be postponed from May semester to September semester. So I would like to ask an update regarding the ban, whether the ban is proposed to September, or are there any other measures to handle this ban? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the Village One Constitution. So first of all, this one is a very critical issue. We also get a few feedback from the student when the PMMD and HSE released the statement where they want to ban. So as SRC, we believe the voice of student is very important. So we have an emergency meeting with HSE department, with the PMMD, also with the ISNAKIP, that play an important role where the mobility policy and so on. So right now we are having a implementation where we do not want to ban the moped. However, we want to keep it as professional because we know this is involving the MOT, Ministry of Transportation, where we as a university have a license to make sure students can bring scooters, moped, and so on. And seeing our data before is very, very bad because a few accidents, like 100 plus accidents. And when we want to submit to MOT, it's become a problem to convince them to keep giving lesson for us. So what we are doing right now, we are working closely with HSE department and also PMMD to do an events, to do an close talk with the student that bring micromobility and moped. And we have plans that the cancellation of moped is not be done in our early stage. We will play it by stage. Because if you believe in Petronas policy itself, right now they are giving 18 for the student, for the child, which is get insurance. Before this, 21 years old will end the insurance for the student, for the son. However, right now the Petronas policy, 18 years old for the children and son will get insurance. So this change of policy, what they are doing right now is they not cancel all the workers for the 18 years old. They cancel it by batch. So we are planning to keep this with HSE and PMD to keep cancel it by batch. So for the final year, third year, second year, we hope, and right now we are planning a lot to the student to make sure all the micromobility not get banned. However, a few we have put a guideline toward a few micromobility because it's not requirement for the safety for the student. So like the scooter do not have a brake, it's not very stable for the student. So we take this into consideration. So before student enter UTP, we will tell them what model that they can buy, what model they can bring in UTP to make sure they're aware. Oh, I have this certain scooter that I can buy. and I can have a certain student I cannot bring to UTP. So this thing, I think, if it been discussed with SSE, with PMMD very closely to make sure the students have their rights, students have the right to talk, and we listen to them. So for your question, I would say we're working very closely with SSE and PMMD right now to make a clear guideline for the student. Right now, we at UTP do not have a clear guideline towards the micromobility. If you search in a Google, there is no guideline for UTP micromobility. So we as SSC part, we want to play an important role where we do the guideline, we help the students. Meanwhile, we priority their safety. Okay, if you ask me, 100 cases is being reported to the Qualitas. How much that not be reported? And 100 is the serious injury of the students. And if we keep these things happening, 100 every year, what's about the license? If MOT not give us the permission to bring, all the students cannot bring their scooter, even the micromobility. So right now, SRC will try to help the student at least to bring the certain micromobility to the campus and also to the academic blocks. So thank you so much.
Is there any more questions from the member of parliament?
Right. Thank you, Mr. President, representing the SRC for the very insightful presentation regarding the updates and also for the HSSC updates. I would like to applaud your government actually for the initiatives that you guys have done so far, and I would like to thank you guys on behalf of my press because they have also complimented you guys. So well done, you guys. Right. During the slide, one of the things that I noticed was the UTP shuttle. In the SRC, correct me if I'm wrong. In the SRC Instagram account, I have not seen any statement regarding the updates for this UTP shuttle. In fact, this morning when I checked out this UTP shuttle, there is no regarding the GPS tracking that you guys have promised during the manifesto presentation last year during the elections. So I would like to inquire, is there currently in the UTP shuttle? Is it currently in process? Because you can open up the app and you can't really see the GPS. I don't see any option to see the GPS. Is one thing, and I would like to ask if it is done, is it in another app? That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much. Should be this UTP shuttle GPS has been done. So this one we already done with digit, and I would say maybe there is problem with the apps. However, we check with digit because this one is very the SRC members and also the student is very usable, and we have been feedback for the international student if that appear the GPS, and we get the good feedbacks that this appears. However, I will get back on your app. Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, please rise.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You shall see the ticket. According to my details, for example, I'm presented today, I stay of comfort. So you can track it at the trip. This is so the updated where the boss is, you can test.
This one should be resolved by Umar will get back to the digit. Maybe some rare cases where students do not get the appearing for the GPS. So thank you so much Umar for that feedback.
Actually, in the Power App, there are two UTP shuttle. First is UTP shuttle with space in the middle, and the second is UTP shuttle with no space. So with the GPS is the UTP shuttle with no space. You can check on that. Can you?
What's the name of the app again?
UTP shuttle but with no space.
One moment. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Vin. Right.
Okay. All right. It's UTP shuttle with a space, right? No space. Okay. I think for my, I don't know. For my app, similarly, they don't have that GPS function, so I don't know. Maybe I have to clear my cache. But regardless, okay. If it is, I believe I have husnuzan lah. I husnuzan with the government that you guys have done this. I appreciate that very much, and I would request for the update. And one thing I would like to suggest to the government is to highlight this in your SRC Instagram page lah, because I think myself, I follow the SRC Instagram account quite a lot to get the updates. Thank you very much for the updates, but I haven't seen anything about UTP shuttle, hence the question. So if I would like to suggest to the government to highlight this in your Instagram account so that other people, all the students, will be highlighted about this. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Umar, for that feedback. We'll feedback with the digits.
You have another question? Okay, another question not related to UTP shuttle. Previously, we have also heard of something about progress on SRC as cooperative regarding SRC MAT and Gerobok Rezeki. I want to know updates regarding this. This will be helpful for my motion later. So
Okay, I see your motion to visit 7 March, if not mistaken, right? Okay, so Alhamdulillah, for this one, we have contact with Mr. Zamri for this because we want to do the march in the Nadi. So if you get the boost, we will planning to put that. Right now, we are planning on the SOP guideline to how we want to ensure this march is sustainable because we do not want it end on our tenure. So we have doing right now, we are planning to doing the guideline. And for your information, to make the march, we have the SSM. We need to have the SSM, which is a business company. It is different when you want to ask the vendor to slot into the store. It's a difference between we want to build the march. This is two different things. So right now we are meeting and discussion like next week with Mr. Zamri on showing the SOP guidelines towards the march and also feedbacks from the SSM license. Okay, that's the update right now. So I believe this is one of our manifesto and we are trying very hard to make sure it is sustained. And also we want to believe this to get students welfare to be taken care of. Okay, so thank you so much.
Right, I appreciate the update. Thank you very much.
Yes, you want.
Right, thank you, Speaker. So my question is regarding the track and running club. So it will be built within 7 to 9 years. So my only question is, during the construction, what will happen to the students who are currently using the facility? Thank you.
Okay, like I said, the 7 to 8 years delay was before this, the 2025 tenure. So for the current project, it was the window has been locked to 2026 to 2030. So I believe you are talking about the students will be making use of the facility, right? So maybe you don't know the rough idea yet, so I'll put you into it. The sports complex, it comes in basically for the sport complex will have an enhancement, and the new thing that is coming is just the track and field and the grandstand. So our sports complex will have like a enhancement where it can be block A, block B, block C can be connected. And also the block C, the KLCC office will be used for arts and culture clubs also. Later they will evacuate. So this will all happen phase by phase. And right now we already designed it. And also for the field, this question was directed to the management also when I was in the meeting. How about the field during the process of building and whatnot and all that construction? And they have given the answer, and we found out that our field right now have already they already made it was made in a way where the construction can happen. The base is already there, so there's no more piling needed and all those things for construction. So under we have drainage and all that, so our field is made in that way. And also for our field setup, our field can fit 3 rugby fields. So the only quarter of the field will be used for this grandstand purpose and also the field track and field facility. The others will be, I believe, there will be still there will be certain spaces will be occupied still for the construction purpose. But I believe half of the field will be still open for the students to use. And also for the block A, block B, and block C, there will be, it will happen by enhancement. It's not breaking down the entire building and all. It's more of an enhancement. So they'll be still utilizing those things. So I believe it will start from block C. Block C is right now the KLCC office. From block C to block B to block B. So it happens phase by phase. So I hope you get a clearer picture of this. That's it.
Thank you.
Your question is to the president, right?
Regarding the explanation of the sports complex renovation.
Let's proceed that after this session. So, is there any more question from the floor to the president? I believe that no. So, I would like to remind again to all members of parliament regarding the time and manner of speaking. 29.1 stated that a member desiring to speak shall rise in his place and if called upon shall stand and address his observation to the speaker. No member shall speak unless called upon the speaker. Alright, so move on to the next session. This session is open to all members of parliament to ask questions regarding the SRC portfolio. Now, I would like to invite the respective student division representative in the SRC to deliver their speeches. Please welcome them. Let's go question time.
Yes. So, Assalamualaikum to everyone here today. So basically, we've not prepared any of speeches from each divisions, but we are excited to answer any questions from members of parliament.
Thank you, MV. Is there any question for the school? Yes, the chairman.
Okay, I just want to follow up for the question regarding the sports complex by sports. Regarding you said that you guys will be enhancing the buildings in Block A, Block B, and Block C. Block C first, right? But for Block B, is the main concern, I believe, because we have Sangka Kirana, SK, we have Bertuso and whatnot. So I want to know what exactly kinds of renovations or like improvements that the government and management will be planning for Block B. Thank you very much.
Okay, so to answer that question, based on the design that was proposed, for your information to all the parliament members and also the students, this is a very big project that involves a cost of 200 million from renovation of Block A until to the fields, grandstand and the track and field facility. So total of 200 million, and also for the designing layout on your question on those clubs won't be able to utilize and all that. They'll be, I believe they'll be redirected to another block. So there'll be block by block implementation of the design. And also the design proposed wasn't breaking up any of the current facilities that we have. It's just more of an enhancement, making the place to have like each room. Their sort of a goal was each room should have like a storage room. It should have like because there's rooms with storage room and there's room without storage room in our blocks. So we want to the specific concern for this sports complex is basically this is for all the arts and culture clubs. So while building the design, while doing the design, also they have put that in their mind. So I can make sure that I can let you know that definitely there won't be any disruption of club activities. They'll be redirected to some other places. And also the rooms are going to be built in a way where the arts and culture clubs can utilize the most compared to the current setup right now. So, but I still believe there'll be a bit of unavailability of the venues. There's definitely going to be something like that. But I believe for a stronger and a bigger change of a big outcome that we are expecting, I feel like that wait is worth it lah. I would say that wait, and also that a bit of an unavailability for a few months maybe. I wouldn't say months because they would have redirected in the based on the discussion. So I think it should be okay. But and also even if there's problems with the venues and all that, if they can't utilize, I feel like for the bigger purpose, it's still worth it. So I would like to end it with that, and also for the just to give you all a bit of idea on the sports complex. The sports complex is a big project involving a lot of money, and also this project is going to be like our like Nadi. We have like an identity, right? Like the student center. this sports complex is not really solely sports complex, but it's going to be identity of our arts and culture clubs, where there'll be Hall of Fame and like a sort of small museum of all of our arts and culture clubs and all that. So that is the details that was discussed during the design layout meeting, February, February 15 or 14 February, the meeting was conducted. So that's it from me. I hope you answer your question. I still believe there will be a bit of unavailability on the venues in the future, maybe. But for a bigger purpose, I feel like it's worth it. So that's it. I would like to end it there. Thank you.
Yeah,
Sports. Yeah.
I think this is the final question. You said that, okay, I also agreed with you that this is for the greater purpose and whatnot. And I also will believe that there will be unavailable venues for the clubs, for instance, Sangha Kirana, SK, Brutus, and whatnot. But I believe one of the most active clubs when it comes to culture is Sangha Kirana SK, a very important club, a very big club, a club that has been representing UTP in a lot of external events where they have to do a lot of practice sessions. I have a friend in SK, and most of the time he is there practicing for whatever event that they have. So I believe that the concern of this venue, I just want to know, like, do you have in mind where could SK be relocated for while Block B is renovated, and maybe also for Bertuso and whatnot? So like you said that they will be directed to a different venue, but I want to know if there is a specific venue that you have in mind or management has mentioned before and whatnot. I still agree with you. I just want to say that I agree with you that this is for the greater good. I just want to know where. Thank you very much.
Yeah, definitely the SRC and also the university management wouldn't take note on wouldn't do like we didn't take note on all these issues. Our because for SRC our main purpose is the students itself. I myself asked that question like I told earlier, and also the university management have promised to us that there will be a bit of there will memang have like a relocation of these clubs for a certain period of time, of if they are doing, let's say, block B and we have to move into block A lah, or block C. And I myself didn't know, but block C we have like a really big space where we can put in all the clubs there. And also by doing this phase by phase, I feel like they are giving the linearity for all the leniency for all the clubs to relocate to somewhere else, because I believe, and also the SRC won't let this happen where we won't just block out any club's activities. We'll definitely try to find a space and relocate them. And also, if things don't go well, or if the university management couldn't support from their side on relocating, I would do my part, or let's say the upcoming tenure should do their part to prioritize them at our spaces at Nadi. Because we, for now, for this tenure, we still have certain spaces where they don't have vendor, or they don't have operators, like our Nadi Fitness, the room beside our Nadi Fitness and all that, the game room and all that. So we will still have like a few rooms, specifically the rooftop buildings around our academic blocks. And also we have the block A block. The main plan was shuffling them between block A, block B, and block C during the construction period. And I would like to just reassure that the SRC, even the future SRC, definitely they wouldn't let this slide, and they would definitely prioritize the club's activities first. Thank you.
Thank you, Spot. Yeah, that will be right.
Okay. Good morning. So to add on your question just now, so regarding the block B, I think last week, the Exco for Creative and Cultural have conducted a meeting with all the presidents of arts and culture, and we discussed about the room arrangement in block B. So all of them have agreed to give away certain rooms to clubs that actually needed it, and they also have agreed to use up the hall on the higher side of the block B to actually utilize that area for all clubs and culture to use, which means that if they were to be moved away during the construction, and right now we are in the implementation plans to actually give away those rooms that to the clubs that actually need it, like Mohandis and whatnot. So since you brought that matter up, we might conduct another meeting to discuss this matter with them. And I'm pretty sure that most of the clubs will agree to it because we have provided a bigger area for all of them to practice in case emergencies, cases like Darren said, the construction happening. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't have any more questions. Thank you for the explanation, both Exco and Sports and Recreation. So yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate the that you guys have taken into account the students' voices. Thank you very much.
Thank you, V7. Is there any more question to the ESCO? Yes, the one. May I speak?
Thank you, Speaker. So my question is not directed to anyone, meaning anyone can answer it. Regarding the Nadi 24 hours, I think it was a very good job. But I have a few questions. Maybe you could clarify to the students on how the booking for each rooms are approved. I mean, which SRC member approves the booking, and I've heard some complaints that sometimes the approval of bookings are delayed. Sometimes it's fast, sometimes it's late. So could you explain more about how the bookings are accepted, and if they are clashing bookings, which bookings do you select? And lastly is the issue regarding, I'm sure you've heard of it also, where student leaves their belonging in the Nadi facilities, and the bags is there, but the people is not there. So maybe is there any plans to make a stricter guidelines? For example, if someone sees the bag at the facilities for more than 5 minutes without any owner, they are obliged to remove the bag and then take out the facilities. Thank you.
All right, I would like to answer that question because I was directly in charge of the 24 hours operations initiative. So first of all, your first question would be about the booking procedure. All right, so I believe a lot of students have not yet went through the guidelines, so I would like to make it clear to the students first of all. Let's break it down into two perspectives. To the students where their bookings is getting rejected, and those students where their booking getting delayed. All right. So for first of all the students must include the number of the number of packs, the number of people, the number of person in your meeting in the description, and also the limit for the booking hours must be less than 2 hours. Maximum is at 2 hours. If you see more than that, or if you don't state that in your description, the number of packs will reject your booking. All right. So for now, I would like to let you guys know the PIC or the PIC under the booking of custodian of SRC, which is Vortex 1, Vortex 2, Vault 1, Vault 2, and Vault 6. Vault 4, Vault 5, and Vault 7 does not, you don't need to book the venue. It does not require any prior booking. So for this venue, we made sure, even in SRC, we broke it down, and the PIC is 4 people, which is me, myself, the deputy president, the treasurer, the 2 secretaries. All right, so we'll be rotating week by week. So each week we'll have 1 PIC. All right, so that'll be the procedure. And now for the delays of the booking delays and all that. So we have this issue where sometimes there'll be this you booking for this administration Gmails, administration UTP emails. Sometimes have this issue where you can't access the you booking page. There'll be like a 404 error and all that. So and we realized that it happens frequently, and we always had to like reach out to Digit to open up again and free balik the account and all that. So we had those issues sometimes, and we can't be doing one reason that you guys may think of is maybe we can like put it out like a statement, we cannot book or approve or something like that, but it's usually for 1 day or 2 days, something like that only. So for your information, the U booking works this way. You can only book the venue for 2 days in advance. So being that if let's say I cannot do booking for 1 day, that does not mean that I would miss any booking. So that's why we don't put out official statement for you guys that we cannot approve your booking now and all that. It will be approved, however, before the 2 days timeline, but it will be approved a bit lambat. And sometimes that's one thing. So we'll have like certain issues with the system. And second thing, we are humans too. We have to for every booking, we have this SOP where we have to do it sharp at above 11 p.m. at midnight. So sometimes we may miss it, sometimes we may have ICOM meetings and all of that. We are humans too. I hope the students are understanding. It doesn't happen frequently, but we make sure to complete all of the bookings by time and also within the timeline. So that is for the booking procedure. I hope that I would like to apologize to all students if there was any issues before this. But if we miss out any bookings, I believe we itself will reach out to the PIC because we can see the PIC in the U booking. So we will reach out and we'll let them know that we had this and this. We'll explain to them. I believe even a few students I have reached out personally. So that is for booking guidelines. We have like a structured system. Sometimes it's a system failure. Sometimes it's human error. So I'd like to apologize from our side for that. And now for the people monopolizing the area in Nadi. So we actually had a discussion with NJ Faisal, specifically is in charge of Nadi also, student support unit. So we discussed and we had like a few plans of putting a timer around those areas. So timer at each cubicles, and this is the issue there. So we wanted to put timer at each places. So when students want to go out from their cubicle, let's say for a toilet break or somewhere like a walk break or something, they can press on the time and then it will display lah. So that let's say like we are still finalizing this procedure. We want to make like, should we put like 10 minutes or should we put like 15 minutes? And like we are still trying to finalize this SOP first before we implement, because we wouldn't want kiss gado. So because we are university student adults and like sometimes people lose their temper because it involves a lot of things. Sometimes their stuffs will be there, their expensive laptops and all that, and putting it in the floor, it's a bit sometimes it may trigger certain people. So that's why we have to think it thoroughly and like put it we have to come up with a very strategic procedure for this. So we are still kind of trying to bring out the idea still for that. But we already have requested racks and rack buku basically for the students. So we'll be placing this out at certain venues where there's a lot of students. So if you guys see any students where they are like gone for a long time, just take their bag. You guys can put at the rack lah. So nanti we'll bring out the racks and also we'll have this. We are still working closely in this timer based system. We are trying to work on that. It will be soon launched, so that I can promise to you all. But now this is just for the students. If you guys want to occupy a venue or something, please make sure that that venue is booked or not. And if it's an open space like Garnet or something, please wait there for 15 minutes. And if there's no people, you guys, it's appropriate for you to take their bag and put it outside to use the venue, because that means they are monopolizing the area. They are not there and they are just leaving their stuffs out and going. So this is just my direct feedback to the students and also the MP who raised the question. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Spot. With that, we conclude our ESCO question time. And moving on, I would like to brief everyone in this room regarding the additional question time. In this session, all members of parliament have the opportunity to seek clarification on matters that were discussed earlier. I encourage active engagement while keeping questions as straightforward as possible. I now open the floor for the first question. Yes.
All right. Thank you, Spots, for the solutions. I believe there are two solutions. One is the timer solution, and one is the solution, the bookshelf solution. Yes. Okay. I want to ask just when exactly is the? I believe the clock timer. You guys are still doing the SOP, right? So I believe it's going to take a while. But I just want to know by when the SOP will be done. That's the first question. A rough estimate. I don't have to be a specific. I just want to know when roughly. Maybe by the end of the semester. Maybe by the next semester we enter. And for the bookshelf, with Rex, right? I want to know when. That one I believe is simple. I just want to know when will be added. Thank you.
Okay, for this we don't have a structured deadline yet. Like we want to like implement by this time, because the meetings were all verbally done and also we were working on the with NC Faisal and NC Rasidi, we were just working on the current structure on how we want to build it. Then so we have to do like now that you have brought it up as a question, I would say that there's no structured deadline yet, so we didn't put it yet, but we could focus. This is just my opinion in it. We can focus by next semester we should have this already lah, because the 24 hours is not only for this tenure, it's going to be 24 hours forever after this. So I feel like by next semester we should have all of this track buku, the timer system and all of this. So yeah, that's the deadline. For now, there's no structured deadline, but I would say roughly by next semester we should have it already. All right.
Right. Thank you, Sports, for the clarification. I hope to see this as soon as possible, and I hope to see this by, or like have any implementations by next semester. Right. Thank you.
Yes, exactly, Mirais.
Test. Okay. Okay. I just want to ask to every MP, especially opposition party. I believe that during the election time, you guys have come up with your own individual manifestos, and when it comes to SRC side, we have our own portfolio that we have to take care of our own tasks. So I believe that some of our MPs are doing for their, they are working on their individual manifesto as well. But when it comes to opposition party, your task is purely meant to your individual constituency. So I would just want to ask, I open this question to all the opposition MPs. As for now, what are the progress of your individual manifesto and what are the things that you guys have done for your constituency? And apart from Shadi as well, for the, you guys can answer.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Exco, for the question. Actually, yes, I understand that you guys, especially as SRC, you guys are not just SRC, you also are MPs, and I actually respect you guys for having to handle those both. But for us MPs, we only have one task as MP and not as SRC. For me personally, I will present to you later what the progress I have done is actually through the motion that I will be presenting later on regarding the convenience store. This is something that I believe that because we are, as the opposition here in UTP, I believe we don't really have that much power. When we go and visit any management, they expect us to be SRC. They think that we are SRC, and therefore, when they hear that we are not SRC, we're just a member of parliament, they do not really take into account what we say, or they take it as, how to say, with a grain of salt, right? So regarding, I'm going to answer straight to your question. For me personally, in my manifesto, my first manifesto was regarding the convenience store, which I am hoping to push through this parliament by having this motion. If inshallah this motion is approved, then hopefully we will have some sort of convenience store by next semester or by next semester, or hopefully as soon as possible. The next manifesto for me personally was the fishing activities to be legalized. That I have already conducted with my engagement with my supervisor regarding that during when I was doing my engagement with the convenience store. And unfortunately for that, he said that that is something that they can't really accomplish. So for that manifesto, unfortunately, I cannot proceed to, how to say, execute that due to health concerns and also for the infrastructure concerns. I will go over to the infrastructure concerns, specifically why there's some updates regarding Village 7 that unfortunately I will have to present later on. So yeah, that is mostly of my manifestos. That's the updates for my manifestos.
Okay, thank you, V7. Okay, you may say, okay. Okay, the thing is like, when it's come to the MP, we have been an MP of last tenure, and then we know how hard it is for us to contact the management. But then when you say the management took it as a grain of salt, I completely disagree with you, because when it's come to our tenure, during last tenure, we believe that management is very supportive, and then they agree to listen to every idea that we are open up to. And then when it's come to your, it's like you are misleading or you are downgrade the management. So that's what I believe. So I just request like after this, don't mention it like that, because they are always open for ideas. It's just the matter of whether we are opening up or not. That's it. Okay, and then about the fishing, and also the other. Sorry, I forgot what to say. So sorry. Okay, okay. So for the fishing, I believe like I want to ask it during the manifesto town hall session as well, but then I wasn't there, so I couldn't raise up the question. So I think there are certain things from our individual manifesto we have to discuss and also come up with the first idea. But we cannot come up with, okay, I got this idea, I want to do it. No, there are certain things we have to come up, we have to discuss,
We have to gather data and we have to think whether it's feasible to do it or not. So I believe for upcoming manifestos, you guys discuss first, and whether you discuss with management or among your people or among the students itself, and then check whether it's feasible or not before come up as a manifesto. That's my only suggestion for you guys. Okay, thank you so much. Yes.
All right, thank you for your concern and your concern regarding management. I do not mean to, how to say, downgrade the management. I apologize if my wording was incorrect, but I do not mean to downgrade the management for your information. Regarding the concerns, we have already done engagement for our manifesto. In fact, for my manifesto for convenience store for fishing, I've already done my engagement with the previous residential management supervisor for B7, which was Mr. Hazim. To me, when I had an engagement with him, he personally said that fishing can be considered and it's something that might be possible if we push for it, and which I have already tried my best at my utmost capacity to push for. However, after September semester, which is January semester, in residential management RM, there have been a reshuffling of the organization. Previously, if Puan Kartini was the head of residential management, she's now an executive. And right now, as far as I'm concerned, residential management does not have a head just yet. And that is why, for something such as timeline, which I will go over again in B7, is we don't have a concrete timeline for B7. Just another concern that I will bring up later. For the engagement with fishing, this is also why the B7 supervisor, which is currently Mr. Adam Iskandar, because he is a new supervisor, to me, he gave me a completely different insight to what Mr. Hazim said. So I don't think you can really, like blame me on that part. I've already done my engagement. I've already done my due diligence of doing my engagement. So I think the fact that you are pointing to me to do my own engagement, I think you are downgrading me actually, because I've already done my research. I've already done my engagement. So I think you downgrading me. I've already done my engagement, and I believe this reshuffling of management is something that it's an external factor. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm so sorry.
Wait.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay, I would like to remind again to all members of parliament the content of the speech. It shall be out of order to use traditional word, seditious word which will likely to promote feeling of ill will or hostility between different university communities. Thank you. Yes, you may speak.
Okay, I didn't downgrade. I just give it as a suggestion because, like, there is when it's come to an implementation of idea, because we are working in a group of which is interconnected with departments. So when you say you are engaged with the supervisor, it is compulsory for you to engage with HSC department as well because it is about a health concern. So that's what I meant. So what you have to do is not only rely on just one department. There are certain departments you should know which are the departments that interconnected for this manifesto. So I didn't downgrade you. If you felt offensive, I apologize for that. It's just a suggestion I'm giving to you.
Okay, so for the discussion just now from Village 7 and also the EXCO. So I understand that, first of all, let's talk about before we move into like what you said about the management and how you don't feel so important and they are not taking you so importantly. It's a thing actually, because I myself went through. I believe I'm getting what you're trying to say just now. I get it. It's basically not downsizing the management, but I get it. Because when we say that the management is supportive is different, but like during the meeting they'll be supportive and all, but after that there won't be any jalan kerja. So I get what you're trying to say when you were telling this now. So for that I specifically have went through this, and also I've requested in the second parliament of last year 2025 to spec itself to address this issue of making the MPs more important. And seeing this happen again is just a failure to do that. So I would say this is just another suggestion I would like to revisit to spec balik, spec again that the spec should like inform all of the management that that this type of thing exists, that's MP, and they'll bring up motion and all that. Because I believe until now, still there's certain staffs who don't understand how parliament works and what's motion and all that. Why are we doing this discussion and all that? So that's a drawback that was set for the parliament by the spec organization itself. So it should be worked on because it's happening for the second time again. He's bringing it up because we cannot just simply say that he's downgrading the management, but sometimes it's true also. So we have to work on that, and that is to stand for your side. But I'm seeing where Tana is coming from about the fishing thing. Because we understand that we were also the MPs. So before this, we understand before we do certain things, we know where the obstacles will come. We know where they will attack us. So after this, what? After this, what? So that's why we know a bit of the flow on if you want to do something, what's going to happen. So that's why he's questioning you because I myself have the question if like fishing gun. Yes, the RM may say legal, they can legalize fishing and all that, but the thing is, just think of it in a big scale. Okay, once RM say any big scale, you'll go to CE. They will ask you. So, kalau fishing, what they're going to do with the fish? They're gonna either sell it, they're gonna either cook it. Both illegal in UTP. So it sets like certain boundaries. So that's why what he said also it's not like a direct attack, but also maybe something that you have to like revisit back because sometimes the management don't know how to properly say. Sometimes the management can give you false hopes. They might say that it's possible and all that, and when you go to the higher and higher, when you progress higher and higher, there'll be new obstacles coming in. So I get from both sides, and I hope this both will clarify for both of you. So thank you so much. That's it.
Okay, I think that will conclude our additional question time. Next, moving on before we start our motion debate session, I would like to present the motion briefing. So the motion briefing is as follows. Firstly, the emergency motion. 28. Emergency motion. 28.1 stated that to inform the speaker and pending his approval. 28.2 the speaker may exercise his own power to approve the emergency motion or he may choose to call for a simple majority vote. 28.3 the maximum number of emergency motion that can be allowed shall not exceed 3 motion per session. 28.4 the emergency motion can only be approved after the last approved motion has been voted. Next, regarding the time and manner of speaking. 29. Time and manner of speaking. 29.1 a member desiring to speak shall rise in his place and if called upon shall stand and address his observation to the speaker. No member shall speak unless called upon the speaker. 29.2 if two or more members rise at the same time, the speaker shall call upon the member who first catch his eyes. 29.3 the speaker shall take note of the time limit for speeches according to the order of businesses. 39.4 a member who has spoken may again be heard to explain some material part of his speech that has been misunderstood, but he shall not introduce a new matter. 29.5 a member shall not speak on any matter in which he has a direct personal pecuniary interest without disclosing the extent of their interest. 29.6 should the time not permit, the session shall proceed without an extension in time. 29.7 where the time allocated for a parliament sitting is insufficient to consider all motion approved for tabling. The speaker shall have the direct discretion to A. Defer any remaining motion to the next parliament sitting, or B. Determine the order of priority for motion to be debated, provided that such deferred motion shall not be deemed rejected and shall be carried forward for consideration in the subsequent sitting. Next, about the content of speech. 30. Content of speech. 30.1 when debating a motion, a member of parliament shall be allowed to speak on matter related to the motion only. 30.2 it shall be out of order to attempt to reconsider any specific motion which parliament has come to a conclusion during the current session. 30.3 it shall contain at least the name of the motion, justification and suggestion. 30.4 it shall be out of order for a member of the parliament to use offensive language. 30.5 No member shall refer to any other member by personal name and shall refer by their constituent name. 30.6. No member shall impute improper motive to any other members. 30.7. No member shall engage in bullying behavior in speech. 30.8. It shall be out of order to use treasonable words, seditious words, words which are likely to promote feeling of ill will or hostility between different university communities. Next, about interruption during the debate. 31. Interruption. 31.1. No member shall interrupt another member except A. By rising to a point of order when the member speaking shall resume his seat and the member interrupting shall simply direct attention to the point which he desires to bring to notice. Or B. To seek clarification on some matter raised by that member in the course of his speech, provided that the member speaking is willing to give way and resume his seat, and that the member wishing to interrupt is called by the speaker. 31.2. The speaker may disallow any member from seeking clarification if it appears that Parliament does not have adequate time to dispose of its business, or if the speaker believes that the intention of the member seeking clarification is simply to interrupt member delivering the speech. Lastly, the behavior of Parliament's member. 32. Behavior of members. 32.1. During a sitting, all members shall enter, leave, and behave in the Parliament with decorum. B. No member shall cross the floor of chamber unnecessarily. C. Members shall not read newspaper, book, letter, or other documents except such matter therein as may be directly connected to the business under debate. D. While a member is speaking, all other members shall be silent and shall not unseemly interruption. E. Male members shall wear either a dark line suit, corporate shirt, blazer, or jacket. Female member shall wear appropriate female attire with blazer, corporate shirt, or jacket. 32.2. During an online meeting. A. A member shall enter, leave, and behave in the Parliament with decorum. B. All members shall turn on their cameras throughout the session except with the leave of the speaker. C. All members are required to mute themselves unless they are required to speak. D. While a member is speaking, all other members shall be silent and shall not make unseemly interruption. E. Male members shall wear either a dark line suit, corporate shirt, blazer, or jacket. Female members shall wear appropriate female attire with blazer, corporate shirt, or jacket. This is all for the rules of the debate. We will now start our first motion debate session. The title of our first motion is Establishment of Convenience Store at Village 7 to Improve Accessibility to Essential Goods and Enhance Student Welfare. Now, I would like to invite Village 7 to present the motion.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Honorable speakers, distinguished members of parliament, and observers. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon. I rise today in this esteemed parliament to present the following motion. This House resolves to propose the establishment of a convenience store at Village 7 to improve accessibility to essential goods and enhance student welfare. This motion proposes the approval in principle to establish a convenience store within Village 7, subject to operational feasibility. Subject to a survey conducted from January 2026 to February 2026, the proposed store will not only provide daily necessities such as food, personal care items, basic stationery, and other essential goods, but also provide services such as binding and printing services. So, the motivation behind this motion. Currently, students residing in Village 7 face limited immediate access to essential goods, unlike for students in most other villages, with many required to travel to other villages or outside of campus areas for essentials. Not only do I believe, and the rest of Village 7 students believe, it's inconvenient, time-consuming, and impractical, but also not sustainable, as it only promotes and contributes to unnecessary fuel usage and increased carbon emissions, leading to a less economical solution. The purpose of these objectives, therefore, is number one, to improve accessibility to daily necessities. Number 2, to enhance student convenience and welfare. Number 3, to reduce unnecessary travel time, costs, carbon emissions, and most importantly, travel costs. Should this motion be passed, the expected outcomes include, number 1, formal approval here in this parliament for further discussions with the relevant authorities. 2, continued engagement with university management, including SA, PMMD, and RM, regarding location allocation, operational model, and vendor selection. And number 3, progression towards actual implementation. With regard to stakeholder engagement, I have already initiated contact with the current supervisor of Village 7, Mr. Adam Iskandar bin Azahar, to formally discuss the feasibility considerations of this proposal. A meeting has been scheduled for the 27th of February, which falls after the submission deadline of this motion, but prior to this parliamentary sitting. While I am currently awaiting formal confirmation and feedback from Mr. Adam Iskandar, I will present the updates from this meeting in Parliament. Additionally, I have conducted a survey within Village 7 to assess demand for such a facility. The survey received 70 respondents, all of whom expressed agreement and support for the establishment of a convenience store within this village. Now, that is the script that I have written, the exact wording that I've written in my motion that I submitted on the 25th of February 2026. Since then, I have had multiple discussion and engagement sessions with the relevant stakeholders, in this case, Residential Management RM and Student Affairs SA. It is therefore my duty as a member of Parliament of this House to explain, elaborate upon, and clarify the results of this discussion in full transparency leading up from 27 to this date. During these discussions, unfortunately, it was highlighted that Village 7 may no longer function as a standard long-term residential village in the near future due to upcoming planning considerations. I have been informed previously by the previous supervisor that Village 7 would have been closed by 2028, which gave me some motivation to push this as soon as possible. As 2028, I believe there is still time for a convenience store. However, I have been suddenly informed by, again, Mr. Adam Iskandar during my meeting with him on 27 that Village 7 is subjected to close as early as possible, as early as May 2027 of next year, which is something that is very unfortunate as a resident of Village 7. I cannot disclose as to what will be open and the exact date. What I've said that it might be closed on May 2027 is also something that Mr. Adam Iskandar has not put full credit on, as they don't have a head and they don't have a structured timeline as to the closure of V7 just yet. However, in all of these cases, I still am motivated and positive and optimistic in trying to push for something that can provide the objectives of a convenience store. As such, again, I acknowledge that the establishment of a fully fledged convenience store such as Speedway in V3 in this traditional sense may not be operationally feasible. However, after discussions with SA, we have managed to come to a constructive alternative. Receiving input from Mr. Saravanan as acting Vice Provost of Student Affairs SA suggested that instead of a full convenience store, the objective of this motion may be achieved instead through the implementation of kiosk-style retail booths within Village 7. These booths would provide a curated list of essential items such as daily necessities, basic food products, personal care items, all of which will be subjected to further surveying to identify exactly the top list of items that Village 7 residents need to avoid wastage. And directly taking data from the current survey that I had, because the survey that I had did not take into account that convenience store was not possible, so I did not ask exactly what items were going to be added, but I did include a section that provided a section for them to include what kinds of services that this convenience store or convenience place should provide, which includes printing, binding, and microwave services. Now, before I conclude, while the physical format of the facility may differ, I would like to emphasize that the core objectives of this motion remain unchanged, namely, number 1, improving accessibility to essential goods for Village 7 residents, number 2, enhancing student welfare and convenience, and number 3, reducing unnecessary travel to other villages or off-campus locations. Honorable Speaker, while the form of this solution may change from a convenience store to a kiosk-based model, the need it addresses remains real and evident. I would like, as the representative of Village 7 in this esteemed house, I speak on behalf of the students who live there every day that they deserve the same accessibility, convenience, and basic support that students in other villages enjoy. I therefore, even though that this motion will have to be subjected to amendments, urge this house to stand with the residents of Village 7 and support this motion in the interest of their daily welfare. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Village 7. Now I would like to open the floor to any member of parliament who wish to ask questions. Yes, Azad. You may rise.
Thank you to the village representative P7 actually for the motion that we brought. As for me, I'm also the one who will be staying at the P7. So my question is regarding the three main concerns. First of all, when you say about the survey that you have, you address the international students that stay at the P7, because if you want to do the convenience store at P7, I think it is probably that I'm also agree with you that you want to do it. But my main concern is due to the relative ratio of the B7 compared to other villages itself, it can make that the vendor itself are not profitable. So I want to ask you, if the vendor being implemented in this B7 itself, and actually B7 also, most of our students consist of not many international students. So my main concern is when we as a Malaysian student went back to the hometown in Watsu, so the international students who will be using the convenience store, while we also know that the B7 actually very less of the international students, and maybe the ratio of the B7 students are very less. So do you think that the vendor itself will be profitable to be used in the B7? Okay, the second the second suggestion that I really think that instead of you want to do the convenience store, how about you put the binding and the printing service only at the V6 ruble? I think that's a suggestion for me, because for me, if you want to push the convenience store, it is quite late since you say it is on the May of 2027. The process that you want to take it to find a vendor, to make it implement, it is possible, but it is very hard. But I think the suggestion that I can give to you is maybe put a printing and binding service first at the V6, V7, I'm sorry, V6 ruble. I think that's all. Thank you.
Now I would like to invite Village 7 to answer the question.
All right, thank you, Exco, for the very insightful question. I appreciate the question actually. Okay, the first question regarding whether this vendor will be profitable or not, that is a concern that I personally also have, and I already brought up to Mr. Sarah regarding this. So when I asked him regarding how are we going to secure a vendor, how are we going to make sure that this thing is possible? Because obviously, we don't have much time for Village 7 anymore, right? And one of the major concerns right now is the convenience store. Obviously, because of such a short timeline, a convenience store is already not feasible, which is why the solution proposed was to do the chaos-based stance, basically. So when I asked Mr. Sarah regarding this, his suggestion was to secure this motion first. Secondly, then only then do we discuss again with SA and PMMD the best way to secure the vendor. But from what I managed to also get from Mr. Sarah is that he suggested to us, or to me actually, to open up the contract to existing mart operators already inside of UTP, such as Speedway Mart. So, and because this is more of a kiosk-based kind of store, not a convenience store with every single product. And I said previously we're going to do a survey of only curated items that Village 7 residents need. So when we have this targeted, I think in Malay it's called bersasaran. I think we've heard this quite a lot in, especially when it comes to recently the petrol crisis. Right now we have RON 95 targeted sasaran. Dia nak sasaran speaker. But in English, basically, it's a targeted for basically Village 7 residents, where I believe that in order to ensure that the vendors are profitable, one of the first steps we have to do is secure a vendor who is already inside of PTP. Number one. Second, we have to ensure that the items that are sold inside of Village 7, inside the actual kiosk, are items that have already been subjected to survey analytical data of what exactly should be sold to avoid waste. So one of the major concerns also by Mr. Sarah for having this, um, opening up the contract to mart operators already inside of UTP is, of course, one of the other reasons because of logistics. So when we already have a mart inside of UTP, then logistics to Village 7 should reduce the cost of compared to having to open up to vendors outside of UTP. Your second question was regarding printing and binding services in V7 Ruble, right? Yeah, that is also one thing that I've been thinking of, and I actually appreciate your idea, and I will bring it, if this motion is passed, I'll definitely bring it up to management and also SA to have it tried and implemented in V7 Ruble as opposed to inside the convenience store. So yeah, I think that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Yes, that you may right.
Okay, so I do have one questions regarding the one of the ideas that Mr. Sarah suggested to you. I think if I heard it right, he said that it is suggested for you guys to push to open a kiosk and booth, is it? So it's almost like an open space, is it?
Okay, so the open space, right? It is kind of open, but at the same time, it's closed. In Village 7, there is a specific room. I think whoever lives in Village 7, they know that in front of the lobby, there is another unused room. That room has a door and basically a latch. So what the idea was to have those kiosks inside that room. And then let's say it was to be closed. I think your major concern after this would be because of like people stealing or how to close it, is it?
Yes. So, okay, let me clarify first. So, this is from an assignment that we've done in which we had to actually interview some of the vendors specifically in Village 7. And we interviewed the cafe, and they have informed us that there's a lot of been stealing cases where they had been students steal the things that they use for cooking, like the plates or the utensils. So even a cafe can have cases like that. So I don't know if a kiosk or a booth that is not really an enclosed area would actually, the vendor especially, would actually be safe, and away the security would be maximized from the stealing cases that's happening in Village 7 area.
Okay, that's all right. Okay, thank you. Okay, I appreciate your concern. Regarding Haras Cafe Village 7, you said that the vendor in Village 7, they said they have faced multiple cases of students stealing plates and whatnot. Well, for that, we cannot quite compare Haras Cafe, which is very open, to the space that I talking about, which is this enclosed room. It's essentially a room with a door, and in that room, we target to have those kiosks. So with those room, with a actual room, then I believe that once we can actually lock the room and whatnot, the vendor can lock the room like a normal store. I believe that the stealing cases is not quite relevant for this case. And then when you want to compare with Haras Cafe, you can't quite compare a restaurant, in my case, in my opinion, a restaurant to a convenience store. A restaurant such as Haras Cafe is very open, and they have a lot of students coming into that cafe, because Haras Cafe is the only cafe in Village 7, and a lot of students will come to Village 7 to eat and whatnot. And because of that, the amount of students coming in, taking in plates and whatnot, that is something that is very hard to keep track. However, in a convenience store, that is something with such an enclosed space, it is quite obvious to see who will be taking items and whatnot. So if security concerns, I don't think it should be much of an issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, both Member of Parliament. For the next agenda item, I would like to invite Village 7 to give a closing statement. We now have 5 minutes to deliver your closing statement.
All right. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I do not really have much to close with. However, I would like to again clarify to all members of parliament, observers, and excos and also speakers, of course, that Village 7, I acknowledge that we do not have much time. However, I believe that with whatever time that we have, we should still take into account the students living in Village 7. So with this, I believe that we should pass this motion with amendments. Obviously, a convenience store, a fully fledged convenience store is something that's not possible. But I truly believe with the hearts of my friends in Village 7, all the Village 7 residents, that something as small as a kiosk booth, which could provide simple and basic necessities, is something that is key in having in V7, a village that I believe has been long neglected. Again, as the representative of Village 7 in this esteemed house, I speak on behalf of the students who live there every day, that they deserve the same accessibility, convenience, and basic support that students in other villages enjoy. Again, once again, I urge this house to stand with the residents of Village 7 and support this motion in the interest of their daily welfare. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Village 7, for that short but informative statement.
Excuse me, Speaker. I have a question to the Speaker. Sorry. So basically the setting have been changed for the motion. So basically the idea the rough idea, the same idea, but uh, basically one of the main thing changed there from convenience store to kiosk type of book. So how does I want to just ask the procedure of this. So do we have to vote out for this motion, or will there be an editing after, or because if we vote for this, it will be basically us voting for the motion.
Thank you, Scott. Yeah, I'm aware of that amendment. So later we will have a voting session for the amendment made on the motion. Order. The proposer of the motion, Village 7, would like to propose an amendment to their own motion. Allow me to restate the amendment to the House. The proposed amendment is to open convenience store. It can be as small as kiosk as the key. Since the amendment has been proposed by the original proposer, the motion will proceed according to the amended version. The motion will now proceed in its amended form titled Establishment of Convenience Store at Village 7 to improve accessibility to essential goods and enhance student welfare, with the amendment of convenience store to open convenience store. It can be as small as kiosk as the key. Now, we will move on to the first of the business today, the approval of motion voting session. Member of Parliament who agree with the motion, please raise your hand. Members of Parliament who agree with the motion, please raise your hand a bit high. Members of Parliament who disagree with the motion, please raise your hand. Thank you. Order. I now have the result of the voting session. The results are as follows. The number of MPs who agree is 13. The numbers of MP who disagree is 9. And the number of MP who is abstain is 2. Order. Order. The motion is accepted with amendment. Next motion. Now we will move to second motion debate session. The title of our second motion is the installation of drying racks in village seat. Now I would like to invite village seat to present the motion.
Yes. Honorable Speaker,
fellow members of parliament and colleagues. The first motion that I'm going to bring up is the installation of covered micro-mobility parking spaces in Unit 6. This initiative aims to enhance student experience and provide essential protection for students' micromobility. There are a few reasons why this motion should be approved. The first reason is, in the current situation, there is no any designated parking spaces for micromobility in Village 6. So therefore,
Sorry.
the convenience because it is nearby to the village. So, if you want to talk about convenience, then my suggestion is to amend the motion to be like as simple as make a marked parking area like in the corridors. It already is the corridors are already covered, right? So why not make it is also nearby the staircase. It's also nearby the walkway that they want to park. So they already parked in. So why not we just make a designated parking space, like just using the chart to like chart out the parking areas. So rather than the costly making covered parking space. And then for the security. So if it is outside of V6, right? So the security even further from their rooms. So it is under, of course UTP has like security to supervise the location, but loss of human. So are you do, and do you want to increase the cost of like the surveillance by increasing the number of surveillance camera? There is also an increase in the cost, and also the cost to benefit ratio. So V6 compared to like the other villages, the villages in V5 for example, the covered um the building, like the lobby, like the ground floor, is not as spacious as V6. So they are obliged to park at the corridor. But meanwhile, in V6, arguably the ground floor is quite spacious, and they also have the implementation of the what student ID as the access card. So why not just implement it in the building itself rather than going out of your way to increase the cost and budget to make it a separate covered parking space? So thank you.
Yes, that's cool.
Okay, thank you, Geoscience. I would like to answer behalf of him. I would like to answer to Darren as well. Okay, Darren asked how we should teach the student to make sure everyone is parking in the designated area. Okay, first of all, I would like to clarify. Okay, we are doing this because like there is one major point which is the charging station. Okay, I would like to clarify we cannot charge our e-scooter inside our room according because of the safety plug and so on. It can may cause some electrical shortage. So that's why we encourage students. We ever design something for you guys so that you guys can use that place. That's the first thing. And then when it's come to educate, how we make sure every student is utilize the area. It's about educate. We have to educate the student to make sure they are used and utilize the area because we are brought up for students themselves. And then when it's come to geoscience answer, oh sorry, I mentioned your name. Okay, when it's come to geoscience question, I feel like question 1 and for question 3, I'll give the same answer. Okay, your question is like why we cannot use the walkway area or the spacious area to park our bicycle. Okay, we have to make sure about the safety. When we want to do something like that, we have to counter we have to do some assessment, for example, Iraq or something. So according to the safety, it is not regulated because it's that space is not meant for parking area. That space is for ever like a walk, a spacious. They giving spacious to make sure to avoid the student if they fall down to avoid any obstacles are there. So we cannot park our bicycle at that because it's not safety. That's why we are doing a separated area. And when it's come to the line, you're still suggesting the line for the bicycle inside the spaces area, right? Inside the building, right? I think it's answered the first and third question. Because it's basically concerned about the safety. Okay, for the second question, I didn't get it, your second question. So maybe you can repeat or Lee or me can answer about it.
Yes, let me speak.
Okay, so for the second question is about the safety concept, the civilian cost, right? So in other village, all the students are required, if they park at the if they if they are micro-mobility users, they are advised to always lock their micro-mobility as well, right? For other village. So for village 6, it is essential also for them to lock always lock their micro-mobility lah, to avoid any stealing case for them.
Yes.
I feel like I want to ask you to like clarify the design of the covered parking area more, so that we can actually like visualize what you're trying to bring to the business.
Okay, so for the location, I have proposed the just outside of the staircase, basically is the entrance of the building. So you get what I mean? Just at the entrance, besides the entrance.
Yes, Miss.
I feel like that's not enough. Can you like tell me more about if there's any like the locking mechanism you have to like the apa benda tu? Sorry. I need to stand it. So I want you to clarify more on the design and not only the location. So what do you want to like propose? If there's the covered parking space for the micromobility, how do you want to implement the design to be? Like if there's any like loop of the sea of iron steel, sorry. So do you want to like put steel on the individual parking space for them to lock the? Thank you.
You may answer the question.
Okay, so basically we just provide the parking rack like academic block. So for the steel, the student have to buy themselves in order to lock their vehicle at the racks there. And about to touch more about the design, so Enjik Asno from SA have aware of these things, and they are currently trying to redesign the rack and waiting input from PMM on this method.
Yes, that you may speak.
Okay, so this question is actually open to all MPs. Okay, I actually support Lay's idea, and I'm happy that he actually stepped up for it. But I wanted to ask the representative for other villages, why aren't you guys bringing this up? Because in other village area, a lot of the students are park their micro mobilities around the walkways. They have poles, right? They park their scooters and micro mobilities on those poles, and sometimes they fit it into the village area, like the housing areas, and which mean it's actually making it a little bit more um, not convenient for and provide a lot of safety risks, and it's also block the walkways around the village area. So I wanted to know why are the other village representative have not bringing this up yet. Thank you.
You may answer the question. That you may speak.
I think for that question, I think it it will have a discussion later, I guess, because I'm not a village representative, but I believe like it's a thing that every village need, but maybe after late now late brought up, so you can have a discussion with all the MPs as well. So I think we can. Is it okay to skip that question?
I think we can skip. I just asked because I'm a micromobility user, so I having a hard time to park my micromobility. So thank you.
Okay. And also I would like to add up about the safety concerning that brought up by GeoSign. Okay, for the stealing part, I know it is students' responsibility because their own micromobility. They have to make sure it's their own responsibility to take care of the safety. And also from our side, we are encourage all the students to apply for the stickers because the sticker have a registered number. So if one of the bicycle or micromobility has been stolen, so they can track down using their number. So I think that answer your question. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Azad. Thank you, members of parliament. For the next agenda item, I would like to invite village seats to give a closing statement. You now have 5 minutes to deliver your closing statement.
Thank you, Speaker. So I have nothing much to touch about the closing. So I just want to urge the Parliament to pass this motion and let's make V6 a student-friendly residential village and also to the micro mobility users as well. Thank you.
Thank you, village seats, for the short but informative statement. Now, we will move on to the first order of the business for today, the approval of motion voting session. Member of Parliament who agree with the motion, please raise your hand. Please raise your hand a bit higher. Thank you. Order. I now have the result of the voting session. The results are as follows. The number of MP who agree is 24. The number of MP who disagree is none. And the number of MP who abstain is 3. Order, order. The motion is accepted. Before we continue with our next agenda, we will have a break for 45 minutes. We would like to request every single one to be seated at 2:30. Thank you.
Order, order, order. Order nasi goreng.
Orang sertifikat
Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand.
Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand to serve, and represent the Convention in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand to serve, and represent the Convention in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand to serve, and represent the Convention in this profession.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand to serve, and represent the
Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand.
Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve,
Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve, and represent.
roads, the corridor on the corridor there. Okay, I think that's it.
Yes, I said you may rise and ask a question.
Okay, thank you so much. So I would like to ask about the drying rack, okay, because I want to mention, I would like to clarify. As for now in UTP, we only have drying rack or like cable or something in V1 and also V2. The other villages like V3, V4, V5, including V7, V3, V4, V5, we don't have any drying racks. So as for now, there is not any concern has been raised from the student who are staying at that village who are requesting for the drying racks. So when it's come to V6, the number of ratio of students who are staying at V6 is less compared to other three villages. So why is it so like important for the V6? We have to give an importance to V6 students when there is other villages students who have a higher number count of students who don't want that. Did you get what I'm trying to say?
Okay, so for this, like I mentioned before, I have conduct a survey, and this idea is not just my personal idea, but the opinions from other residents as well. So almost 78% of the residents in village 6 agree to have the drying racks. So the first reason would be the accommodation fee in V6. As all of us know, the V6 have the air conditioning. So that's why the price per semester for village 6 is much more higher than other village. So in order to save their money, this is a good way for them to like wash their clothes themselves compared to other village, since the accommodation fee is not that high as village 6. That's it.
Yes, Marshall, you may rise and ask a question.
I would like to comment to the exec. So like you said that we 2, 3, 4, 5 don't have, but actually they do at least have the wires or to hang the clothes on every floor and every house. So at least there are still places to hang. Unlike V6, they don't have. And then about for the previous exact question, you mentioned about if we already have a laundry at Nadi, then we don't need the drying rack. But I want to remind you that we cannot neglect the fact that there are some students cannot afford dryer or paying for dryer on weekly basis. Like V6 said it costs RM5. I think 5 to 6 lah, ringgit per dry. And if the student dries every week, that's already like 20 to 24 ringgit per month. That costs a few meals already. I know some people, some friends that have to skip meals just to save money. That is meal. For drying, of course they will skip. And what if they live at V6 and there's no drying rack? So we cannot make them skip meals to pay for dryer because we don't give them drying racks. And then I have a question for SRC S4 welfare. So since the beginning of V6, they already don't have a drying rack. So I want to ask, do you acknowledge this, or did you forget?
You may rise and answer the question.
Okay. Thank you, Marshall. Okay. When it's come to welfare, okay, the Nadi constructed plan has been designed way before we have been inaugurated. So we cannot involve with anything. And even by the time we inaugurate, the Nadi keys and V6 keys have been distributed to the management. So we cannot do any changes about that. But we do have a lot of complaints about the Nadi and also V6. For example, even about the Dolby, they are planning to do it inside the VCC, right? It's a ladies block, so it'll be a bit off for it will be very a bit problem for the ladies who they will feel uncomfortable So we do acknowledge there are some problems with Nadi itself and also V6. So we are trying to contact with the PMMD, RM management, and so on to overcome all these problems. So when it's come to the drying rack, so we just have a few concerns about like where we want to live because we still have in the DLP, which is the what we call it, just the warranty, yeah. So we do acknowledge it. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Vito, you may rise and ask the question.
So thank you, speaker. So before I ask question to B6, I need to clarify something to the experts. So why we need open space drying rack? Because as what Faiz said, we cannot neglect the people that cannot afford. The second, as for me, I'm a sports athlete. So after each training session, I just wash my clothes using my bare hand. I just hang it. So this drying rack is like very useful for sports athlete as well. And then I have few questions to this because this drying rack is one of my manifesto during the election, and this one I'm personally working on with my supervisor as well. We do supervisor, which is Inche Hafifi. So my first question is that how many units of drying rack that you are planning to place, and second is the location, what same as what they asked. Second is the location where you want to place the drying racks, and how from this location, how you, would you ensure that how you want to make sure that this location doesn't affect the outside view, because this drying rack people will hang clothes and it's going to affect the outside view because people will hang their personal clothes. So when people will pass by the outside, people can see the clothes. So it's like giving a bad image. It's not giving a bad, it's just giving an image that people can see the clothes. So how are you gonna ensure that? That's not my question.
Thank you, Village 2. So I talk about the location, the placement location of the drying racks first. Like I mentioned, is on the ground floor, like V6 in V6 building. There's on the ground floor. There's some empty space yet. There are some empty spaces, but that but they are on the rocks. So my plan is try to put some drying racks on those road by cement. At first, we need to cementing the road first lah, to ensure that student won't have any injuries, it won't have any hazards. And what's your
My first question was that how many units of drying racks that one planning to place?
Okay, so for it depends on the size of the drying racks as well, because so for the further details I have to keep engaged with PNM and also RM to like confirm the numbers of drying racks needed. Thank you.
Yes, you may rise and speak.
Okay, so looking at the motion debate, we all before this is not a question, but just a reminder to all of the MPs here that I'm hearing a lot of DLPs and warranties. So uh, let's not make this type of things, the warranty and all of that. Let's not make management stop what we are trying to do. So because I believe that having a drying rack is a necessity. Let's say we are having dobies, laundries around the area or even inside the building, they should still have drying racks because drying racks is a necessity. And I strongly believe and I'm strongly stating that we should not let any of the warranty barriers stop us from building a proper necessity that has to come to the students. So let's push it, even if we have any issues with the warranty and all that, because the structure has to change anyways. The students' dorm should have a drying rack. It's like one of the necessity. So let's put aside the warranty part because no matter what, we still have to fight for the students' experience, the students' welfare. We all have to remind ourselves that we cannot fully listen to the management also. So let's not make the warranty part as our main counter argument for this proposal. And I strongly believe that the necessity should have in the buildings. So that is first. And also for the second part, I just have a few questions on the locations. I don't know how the structure of the V6 in the inside. I'm not a V6 resident and I've now been inside V6. So I just want, first thing I would say, even before bringing this to the management, an open door drying rack, an open drying rack won't be feasible. That one I'm 100% sure. Because they have to put in a lot of cost there because it has to be. One more thing, aesthetic purpose. UTP is very particular on that. They want to make this as a city. They want to make sure that we have everything here. And for aesthetic purpose, definitely they're not going to put it outside, the drying racks, and also for the convenience of the students for them to bring all of their clothes to outside and like hang it out there, and it wouldn't look nice in our current V6 setting. So definitely they won't be open for that. So the drying rack, this is my suggestion, should be inside the building, like house, like exactly following the structure of V5 if it's possible for each house. But I don't know how's the structure at V6. So that's why maybe you can propose a proper location. And this is for all of the MPs. Next time when you guys bring up motion, make sure you guys have like a bit of pictures or anything so it's easier to visualize for all of the parliament members. So maybe for now, since this is the first parliament, maybe you can let us know like the exact location if there's any location in the inside of V6, because I never been inside the V6 and I want to visualize whether this idea is feasible or not before proceeding with the motion. So, thank you.
Yes, exactly. May guys can speak.
So for sports seat, I will answer on his behalf. So as a former V6 resident, so the area that he mentioned is inside the building, but it's not inside the house, because inside the house there is no more spaces. What he meant there is that in like if you actually walk around the aisle, there's like a that space. That's the space that he meant actually. So, and personally, I think it is feasible because, like you said, aesthetic wise, it will not affect the view. That's first, and second, the area is adequate enough for each house to have their own drying rack, so it wouldn't be a problem. Thank you.
Is there any more question from the floor? Yes, you can. Right.
All right, thank you, Village 6 representative, MV. So that particular area that you showed me is in the ground floor, right?
Yes.
All right, so let me ask you something. Okay, I'm a V6A resident. So V6A have a total of ground, first, second, third, fourth, has a total of 5 floors, including the ground floor as well. So let me ask you something, that is, do you think it's actually necessary for the people from the top floor climb down the stairs, bringing the heavy bucket of their clothes, coming downstairs just to dry their clothes and go back to the top floor? How about you trying to install a cable wire line to help them to hang their clothes? Thank you.
Yes,
Okay, thank you for the idea. So about the cross line, I have proposed to RM also, but it's due to the warranty as well. So as an alternative, we can have the drying racks on the ground floor first, and after the end of the warranty is like the approximately, if I'm not mistaken, is on the end of this year. So we can, and during the time, I will propose to RM again to have the cross line. As for now, we cannot. Sorry for that. We cannot install the cross line yet due to the warranty.
Yes, you may rush and speak.
I I want to answer a little bit to William Farman beside me. So the first thing you said about student on the top floor, fourth floor, having to go down to the ground floor just to dry their clothes. It's the same as they're going to the ground floor and walk all the way to the laundry to dry their clothes. But now if we have the drying racks, they just stop at the ground floor and not needing to go into before other laundry to dry the clothes. So and for the cable wire line at the other floors, so I understand like you said because there's the warranty and all. And but like Spot said, we cannot just simply make the warranty stop first from our initiative. So I don't know what exactly the warranty. You might know better, the management might know better. But maybe together, maybe I think you can work with EXCO welfare. Welfare. Ask them how to maybe find a loophole to warranty. We just propose this and let them think about it. Okay, thank you.
You may rush and speak.
I think okay, I understand the concern. Okay, the warranty I would like to clarify. The warranty is just for until August. So after August we can make any changes. And the idea is suggested by Lee is for the future, not just for this one particular year. So I think we can even if this motion and if the motion is approved, so we can still implement it after August. It is still feasible to do it. So I think there shouldn't be any problem with the warranty or something. So the only problem for warranty is just until the August. So after this warranty, no issue. Okay, welfare will take care of it.
Yes, you may rush and speak.
Okay, this is just a suggestion from me. Okay, forget about the warranty. Okay, the warranty will end up until August, and just what the spot say, we need to push it. Okay, what entrepreneurship said just now is that the area that you want to install those dry rack is only available on the ground floor, right? So, so my suggestion is that, as you know, if you notice V6 as you go up the floor, on each floor they will have a very long corridor, right? Maybe you can build the drying rack along those corridors because it's quite long. You get what I mean? Can you picture that? Yeah, there's a long corridor on each floor, so you maybe can build it on there. But yeah, that one. But the only concern is that a lot of students that live in V6 complain about that particular place, that particular area, because V6, the roof is designed quite weird compared to other village. Other village, their corridors are covered quite well by the roof. Meanwhile, village 6, the roof is being built parallel to the corridor. So yeah, so there's no extension to it. So even though so during raining, heavy raining, the aisle is always wet, sometimes flooding through the aisle. So I think after this warranty ends, maybe you can push this idea to the management and suggest them to modify the roof, make it extend a bit to cover the area so that you can add drying rack for each floors so that they don't have to do the hassle to go down just to dry their clothes, because that's the only problem there as a former V6 resident. Thank you.
Wait, you may rush and speak. CFS.
Okay, for your suggestions, I don't think it's feasible because as you know, the long corridor is meant for walkways. Okay, it's for people to walk around, and also if let's say students they wash their clothes by themselves, but sometimes students forgot to after they wash their clothes they forgot to dry their clothes. So sometimes there's this smell coming from just the clothes, just the clothes being there for long enough. Okay, so and then the students just be lazy and they just go head straight to dry their clothes. Okay, and if you put the drying rack in the corridor, the walkway, there's this smell that is going to come from the clothes, and that will affect the rooms also. Do you get like what I mean? Yeah.
V6, you may rush and speak.
Thank you, Esco, for your suggestion, and I have jotted down for that. So CFS. So is it a question that it's a suggestion? Close the statement. Okay. Okay. But I noticed that as well because like during rain, some rainwater might spill into the corridors and cause the floods. So I think that is another issue that need to be resolved, as it really affects the pedestrians who try to walk through the corridors. Thank you.
Yes, as you may rise and speak.
So about the statement that CFS has provided, okay, I'd like to clarify that particular area. It's we can imagine with the before work, that area is open space area. It's not like fully open, but there is an airflow. When it's come to the smell and so on, it is because of that. It is like in a closed space. There is no proper airflow. That is where the smell is going to start. There will be like very strong smell. But when there is an airflow and also including there is an open window, sometimes they will get like direct sunlight. So in that case, the smell of the death it won't be a much of an answer for the student at that particular area.
Yes, what you may rise and speak.
Wait, basically the drying rack is going to be outside the building or like inside the.
Okay, so imagine there's a house here, right? Okay, and there's the aisle, right? And then this area is open. There's the aisle, the corridor, and then open. Lepas tu, then ada the house. So I'm suggesting to him to build the drying rack like the on the corridor, just like V4. If you notice lah, V4 also have, and if I'm not mistaken, I don't think V5 have. I don't think V5 have. So that area is quite open. That's first thing. And second of all, the house, I don't think there would be an issue, the smell coming into the house. Sebab, because in V6, all of the rooms are aircon room. And it's an closed room. Compared to other villages, their rooms, they need to open their windows sometimes for airflow. But we don't seem to have any complaints about smells coming in. So I'm pretty sure that area would be a good area to install drying rack. But the only concern is that that area is not covered well by the roof. It is an open area, but the roof is not extended enough to cover that part. Yeah.
Okay, then I believe with your suggestion and also as a resident of V6, I believe it should be good, but please make sure that you guys revise on this proposal on the location specifically because it's important to take account of the exits also. See, during an emergency or anything, to like so that these things don't obstruct any of the emergency exits or anything lah. So the location, I'm very open for this motion, but just the location is a bit undecided for me. So I feel like he can probably close his motion with finalizing a perfect location in his opinion. So that's it for me.
Yes, you may rise.
Okay, to answer sports question, to clarify on the location, can I send some picture in the group, in the parliament group, to show the picture? Oh, okay. Never mind, I will show here. It's like, for example, I will send in the parliament group.
Yes, send in the parliament group.
Okay, I have sent the picture in the group. So as you can see, it is the
the place that I proposed is on the road, is above the rocks. So it is not on the main corridors. So so the problem that will obst- that will block the corridors is not as exist as it is not on the main walkway lah. And this is just one of the example of the location. And actually, there is another more, like that, and that I don't, eh, that excos have explained just now. But sorry for that, I didn't manage to snap the picture on for that occasion.
Thank you, Member of Parliament. For the next agenda item, I would like to invite Village 6 to give a closing statement. You now have 5 minutes to deliver your closing statement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. So to conclude, the main goal of my motion, the installation of drying racks has only one goal, which is improve the daily welfare and living standards of Village 6 residents. So therefore, I humbly urge all the members of this sitting, all the members in this sitting to support my motion for better and more conclusive campus experience for students living in V6. Thank you.
Thank you, Village 6, for that short, informative statement. Now, we will move on to the first order of business for today. The approval of motion voting session. Member of Parliament who agrees with the motion, please raise your hand. Thank you. Members of Parliament who disagree with the motion, please raise your hand. Thank you. Order. I now have the result of the voting session. The results are as follows. The numbers of MP who agree is 20. The number of MP who disagree is 2. And the number of MP who abstain is 2. Order. The motion is accepted. Honorable members, I wish to inform you that the motion titled Annual Leadership Conference and Benchmarking Session for Youth Empowerment Club, proposed by Youth Empowerment Seat, has been officially withdrawn by the mover prior to the sitting. As such, it will not be debated or voted on, and we will proceed to the next item on the agenda. Order. We will now proceed with the additional presidential question time Please be reminded that the session shall not exceed 15 minutes. A bell will ring once after 7 minutes of the President's speech as a reminder of the President to conclude. If the speech is not concluded within the next 30 seconds, the bell will ring twice, signaling the President to immediately take his seat. Any emergency motion may be submitted during the break. Without further ado, I would like to invite the President of Student Representative Council, Zafran Nazmi bin Nazri, to deliver his speech. Please welcome him.
So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So, basically, first of all, Spec, can you open the SRC Act ISO? We start at that page. For the speaker, I want to request for extra time because we will have to go through this one by one. As in, this is one of our efforts and work from our committee and also our ESCO. So, I have to appreciate them also. Okay, so first, I want to.
Yes, you may proceed.
Okay, so the 10 minutes extra, 10 minutes extra is okay, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, sure. Thank you, speaker. Okay, so we continue with SRC X ISO. So this one is the collaboration with the department regarding international student initiative and gain insight for improvement. So basically, this is the where our ESCO International do the engagement with the department international ISO. So we have made a few highlighted. The first one is our future planning that including international student event. This we want to enhance our inclusivity between local and also international students. Next is we want to foster a strong community between the management and international student society. So this one that we have been discussing, and also the outcome from the meeting is we know the position of each department, connecting between with the department, easily merging the collaboration afterward. So this one we also include the international in our efforts to make sure inclusivity, because I believe UTP has around 60 country that send the students here. So I believe this is a very, very crucial part to play, especially for internationals. Kemudian next is SRC, XREX, and also EDEX. So this one, we want to present SRC UTP proposed initiative aims to enhance student support and convenience. So the highlighted part is we want to implement grab and go implementation. This one is basically we want to put snake during the final exam, and empowering metric card where we want to empower this during the final exam. So students bring their metric card and just tap to make sure the attendance for the final exam. Next is implementation of the course registration period introduced. So this one we already have engagement with the student also to inform them that there are changes for the registration period. The next one is additional study space in the final week exam. So we have a few concerns from students where they don't have enough space to study. So we want to propose it at the NADI where if you see the NADI have a place that not utilized. So we're going to utilize for the study. The last one is announcement of the blended learning. So we want to announce more early for the student for the planning. So from the outcome, we achieve to fulfill student needs with the support, and also we have clear guideline, especially for the studies. Next is new IRC registration method. So this one, we want to maximize the metric card registration. This one have been brought a few years during AME Foundation. They just say that they want to implement the metric card. And right now, we, SNC, have done this one. So you can access the IRC by using your metric ID only. Next, the SSRT and U. So this one to enhance student awareness and transparency regarding the SSD process. So I believe a few of you guys know that student data was leaked, but however, we have consult and also meeting with the SRC cadets, and this is not true because only one of the academic staff that can access the thing. And for now, students do not have to worry. We have the engagement with student also to prove that their data will not leaking, and we as a SRC this is confidential. So we have to take care about the student data. So this one, we prove the student that when they give a feedback, their data will be protected and not leak to the staff and lecturer. Next one is Traweh Shuttle Bus. This one, we want to support students to perform Traweh by providing transportation for them. So this one is a 30-day initiative where we provide a free shuttle bus to the student, especially for the Traweh prayer. Okay, next one is a U-mail testing. So this one is the pilot phase where we test the evaluate digital application for meal booking at the campus cafe. So this one, we want to give a coupon to B40 and student in need to get the coupon and can redeem it at the Eastern Cafe to get a free meal. So this one in the pilot. So inshallah, a few months we will release it to the students. Okay, next is a U-Pass. The objective of the U-Pass to establish a platform that enables students early access for pass admission. So I believe all of the member of parliament are aware on this initiative U-Pass. So it's already done. Next is U shuttle. Like I said, this is the real-time information for the current bus. Like I said, this is the GPS system for the Grab, and it has been done. And for the app, it's a power app. So, but for my side, and maybe have a student, we will get back for that things. Next is to be running track. They want to have a better sport complex that have all the facilities needed by the student. So this is basically the measures. Development is cost around 200 million ringgit. So we have right now is in implementation and also planning phase. So around 2030, we will provide you guys with a new facilities for students. So this one is ongoing, and we will very close with the sports and excellence. Okay, this one is our ongoing initiative. We have Grab and Go, donation banks, international week, student ID digitalization, additional study space, rooftop walkway, electric application, GMAT Fridays, and also emergency coverage initiative. So this all that we want to bring for the students, by the students. Okay, next is student initiative for student development. So ini is our VPSD. Okay, for recruitment for CAVE, C Award, UTPSS, and Kaltra. Like our manifesto, we want to give equal chances for the students to apply a high composition. So that's what we are doing right now. So we open recruitment for the HiCom for all the events under SRC to ensure the changes for the student can apply the high composition. So this one we bless throughout Outlook, Instagram, and UTP feeds. So the outcome is we already have selected a HiCom for each of these events, and we ensure that all the HiCom is quality enough to take part and to be held the position as the HiCom for each event. Next is club governance and administration training. This one, we provide the HiCom for each club leadership training to ensure the new guideline, to ensure events, and even to ensure they have a knowledge to run the club. So this one is one of our initiatives. So this one is also involving SA to help the student to overview all the requirement and document that needed student to the SA management. Next one is about update event guideline. This event guideline last update is 2024 if not mistaken. So we update a new latest guideline 2026 to update event submission and approval procedure and clear reporting requirement and documentation guideline. So this one we also done, and we already post it in our IG, and you can access it through our link tree. Okay, next one is steering system. So this one is to improve fairness and inclusivity. This one we already have a new policy where we give 500 for each club to make sure there is no, let's say a quota session, but we give all the equal chances for the student to claim 500 ringgit. Next one is My Safe Food. This one is our initiative from the volunteerism. So we want to reduce food waste from collecting it from the unsold food from bazaar. So this one we have heard students do not enough food during the opening iftar at the masjid. So we take initiative to collect with the Harmony UTP, bring the excessive food from bazaar to the masjid. So student can get access and can collect the food free of charge. So this one are not 30 plus food packet, but 130 plus food packet have been distributed to the student from these events. Next is update on club status and compliance action. So this one, we want to ensure all club comply with university regulations and maintain active operational status. So this one we highlighted to monitor club compliance, follow up action for inactive club, and posting guideline for the student assistant. So this one we already posted the club compliance. So which club have active and inactive, we will terminate. So this one we want to come up with the quality over the quantity of the club. So next one, collaboration with Sangis Soliran was one. We already do collaboration with Sangis Soliran to promote the culture experience and student engagement through the festive of the sport events. So this one we collab with the Indian Culture Club. Its event is 5 kilometer Holy Team Run event. So this is already done for this semester. The next one is we collaboration with the Midnight Echoes, for we want to support student arts and music culture within the campus. So this one we highlighted music performance event collab with Virtuoso Music Community, and this also done because we want to balance between the akhirat and the dunya. So we have to ensure we also have some fun in UT because this is the student experience. So we try to balance both of things. Next is GLU Youth Nation CSR Program RISE. So this one we have event with the GLU. GLU is, I said, the government linked university where we have the MMU, UniKL, Unitan, and also UTP come to the UTP for the GLU Youth Nation CSR. So basically we teach students about AI, knowledge, and also technology exposure for the students. So this one is already done for this semester. So for VPSD, we have the club ongoing is the UTP Club Storage Station high performance club evaluation, new app for student activity, UTP sport shirt, UTP got talent, and also club inventory database, Instagram for sport, neuro patient awareness, entrepreneurship workshop for club and society, Hari Raya with senior citizen, new structure constitution for clubs under academic. So that's one is all the ongoing we are going to do for the few months and few term that we are in right now. Okay, next, the SRC initiative student integration. This is our division for student integration. So first of all, for our first coming up, we visit to Asia Pacific University, APU, for International Culture Night. So in this, we participation as invited as the UTP. So we do the culture exchange with the student from the various countries. So our SRC, 3 SRC member involved in this. Next, of the media rebranding. So the objective is design become more engaging and UTP to up to date. So this one is basically our public image on the IG. So you can go through our IG, we update regularly in our IG. Next is UTP feed. Basically, this is our Telegram channel. If you heard about Major Copy, this is Major Copy SRC. So basically, all of information, requirement drive, any complaints or anything, you can just hit it up here. And we will also one of platform where we want to connect with the student itself. Next is student achievement form and post. So basically, this is objective to recognize the highlighted student achievement while promoting culture and excellence with the student. So this one we keep update on the student achievement and we try to post it every month. Next one is a general compliance where we take a general complaint from the student. So any student have a complaint, just submit in the form and we will try to help you guys. Next is Voice of Ramadan. The Voice of Ramadan is basically to share daily knowledge of reflection during Ramadan. So we post it every day to 30 days to at least sharing knowledge with the student itself. Next is CNY celebration session. So decoration session because we want to enhance the experience. So to celebrate Chinese New Year and promote cultural experience within UTP community. So this one we collaborate with the students to help us decorate the Nadi. Okay, next is Hari Raya decoration, same purpose with the Chinese New Year. So basically we decorate and also want to help in terms of increase the experience in the Nadi. Next is Jiwa Siswa Podcast. This one highlighted is 2 SSC member joining this Jiwa Podcast. So basically this is a Bengkel podcast that organized by SMOHI. It's Ministry of Higher Education and Majlis Debat Universiti Malaya on 12 January. Next is Ramadan Discovery 2026. So basically this is collaboration with Rakan Masjid where to create a meaningful Ramadan engagement activities that encourage spiritual development and also invite in understanding. So in this is the main event which is Ramadan Discovery. Short term is Radis. So the highlighted part is there is a sub event like Smile of Handsot, Tadarus Al-Quran, Mabit program and An-Nur Mostu. So this is still ongoing until finish of Ramadan. Next one is Chinese New Year celebration. So this one we're going to have a Chinese New Year. So we want to strengthen multicultural engagement within the university. So we have collaboration with RCSU to celebrate the Chinese New Year. And this one is also done. Next is benchmarking with KM which is University Kebangsaan Malaysia. So we are gain insight on the student council government for best practice and collaboration opportunities between university. So basically this one we for the benchmarking with KM we learn a lot on their leadership insight from the IPTA, how we want to improve our student body organization. So 30 SRC members involved in this benchmarking. Then is student Sentuhan Ramadan 7.0. So basically this is a Bubu Lambu events where we collaborate with SRC UTP, RCSU, UTP Perhatian and also Harmony. So we distribute among 150 plus Bubu Lambu for each village during last few weeks. So students have food for iftar and diversity in sharing food. So this one also involving international students from Japan and also China. Next one, this is the ongoing initiative from VPSI. The first one is Hari Raya UTP, but it's on hold because the Prime Minister do not want to celebrate the Hari Raya. But we are right now we are in discussing with the management of UTP. Next is JLU leadership program. So this one we're going to overnight event in UTP in May, inshallah, if happening. So this one we want to help the JLU to take part on the leadership skill. Next is SRC page of UTP Nexus. We want to update about the SRC page in the UTP Nexus. And Gawai Keamatan Festival is for Borneo students for the celebrating the East Malaysian Harvest tradition. And last one is SRC NFC Digital Business Card. So basically this is our business card for the SRC member to have and to connect with the other IPTA or even IPTS student and also MPP. So this one is the in progress. So I will wrap up on our all initiatives so you can see what initiative we are planning. So from the member of parliaments, I would say this is quite a lot of we have done right now. and we still need a support from the student and also the member of parliament to get feedback, especially for the opposition party, for the be our checks and balance towards what we are doing to be our benchmark also, if we are doing it right or not. So I hope this one clear on part what SSC doing right now. I believe there is a lot more planning that is going to do, but this I also present here. So I'm not going so much in my conclusion, but I believe just trust SRC, just give us some time to prove that we are doing well and we are doing great for the student, because this time basically our redemption arc. After 2 years we're not winning, and here as SRC we want to bring the student what they should have for the past few years. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your speech, Zafran Nazmi bin Nazmi. The floor is now open to all members of parliament for any question. Before we continue with our next agenda, we will have a break for 50 minutes. We would like to request every single one to be seated at where? Yes, Miraj and Ash.
Okay, so I have a question. As go RPTM, you guys send some of SRC members to RPTM. Can I know what output that you guys gain from that?
Okay, so thank you so much for that question. So basically RPTM is the Rancangan Pendidikan Malaysia. So this one the governments have updated our guideline as the RPTA, sekolah, school, primary and also secondary. So from part MPP, we have the voice of the students. So from the RPTM, we gain a lot of thing and we propose a lot of uh, agenda to the government, especially for the policy terms. So one of example that I will give is the flash siswa. So before this, flash siswa is not get for the IPTS. However, when we suggest to expand the benefits for IPTS, and that's gets good feedback from the governments. So Alhamdulillah, we get the flash siswa benefit for IPTS for the first time. And next is about Uniwell Festival. So that's one is presented by me at the Makmal Kemenjadian. So that's one also been approved by the management, where we will have to do the one event for Uniwell, which is the mental health for the student. So that's why we will be funding by the Ministry of Higher Education itself. So each will be implement for each university, not just IPTA and also IPTS. So that's kind of voice from the IPTS is also valuable for the governments to hear. So we as the IPTS sometimes seem very small in terms for the governments. However, we just slot in to the some MPK and so on. So Alhamdulillah, I would say that we bring a good image for them, especially for the UTP itself, UniKL, MMU, and also Unitan. So for RPTM, like I said, we as the checks and balance for the government itself. So anything what they are doing, we give feedback, because at the last, the future is ours. We are the futures of the country. We start now. So everything happen after us is we get back to our childrens. So what we are doing right now, we want to ensure that the knowledge, that the education purpose at the end of the day will get back and get benefit for us also. So thank you so much.
Is there any more question to the president? Yes, you may rise and speak.
Alright, so I want to ask Mr. President, regarding your MPDK. So you as an ESCO in MPDK, ESCO what? So what's being part of MPDK? How does it contribute to UTP? And what's your plan under the vision?
This one we can discuss outside. Okay, so for MPK is the Majlis Perwakilan Kebangsaan. So basically this one where all the presidents will take part on the MPK. For me, I've been the ESCO for the legislation and the policy. So where we have to see what the government policy and what we can improve from that student side of view. So for me, the Shahmi from the UM is the take part on the IPTA, and I'm Zafran as will take part on the IPTA side. So when the policy come, we have to check either this policy is feasible or even is can be implemented to both IPTA and IPTS. So that's why the policy is very important. Everything need a guideline, everything need a policy to happens and to be guideline. Like aku, there's some of that we want to implement it. And we as a student we have to voice out what we want and what will happen for us. So I would say that each of the ESCO of the MPPK is very play important role. So for me, it's for the legislation and the policy. That's part we are playing right now lah. Thank you.
You have another yes. Please rise and speak.
I have a question. Is SRC going to be doing like a yearly budgeting, yearly expenditure to show to the students and be transparent on what they have spent and where the money is going? And lastly, can you send the I think so.
So thank you so much, but I think Fakro will answer on behalf of me.
Patrol, sorry. Geoscience, please rise and speak.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? Sorry. Does SRC have any plan to do a yearly expenditure where they show the students where the income of SRC is going, meaning what money is spent on what and what money is lost?
So actually, I don't want to disclose our expenditure, not because we want to hide something macam bagi budak-budak ni makan. Sorry, I will retract my statement. Okay, but it is because the arguments behind why we want to disclose our financial ledger is because if that is only eligible for like a government body. From our side, we are like our financial structure is somewhat the same as other clubs. We make our own money, we claim, and we don't have any we just have an extra support that for example like we want to give like kotak rezeki for flood victims, and that is the quote unquote support by student affairs to us by using our own money, using the same platform as student go, pay claim. We don't have any advanced budget, or we don't have any like seed money from SA. We go through the same process. So why should we disclose our financial ledger to the public? But if you want to see, I can show you after this. Just to like for the sake of literally say transparency. Yeah, I'm not afraid to show you any of my ledger. It's all. So is it?
Yeah, thank you. Another question is, what are the main sources of income for SRC for your tenure?
I'm glad you asked that. Thank you very much, Village One. So this year SRC has a lot of offers from other body, from other like clubs or like business, some and can I name them? We're actually waiting. So recently, this is the most recent. We have offers from Jintel. You know Jintel, the massage chair. Yes, we want to like station it all across Nadi. Nadi is of course is our. So of course we will start at Nadi because also the latest for the well-being of the for the no. I mean like for the equipment because it's air conditioned, so the well-being of it, of course, kejamin like kejamin rather than putting it outside in the warm atmosphere. Okay, so that is one. And then we have offers from a new business, a startup from a student, which they want to offer us to be a collaborator in their business of making photo booths. Photo booth in night. Argument is that we don't have to go. So that's where we came in. And then we also have a collaboration with Land Portrait. Land Portrait. Then we and then competitions won by the last SRC, which is the team of SRC tenure 24-25. So there's a lot of opportunities that we are getting because we are, of course, with our like strong base of UTP and our close relationship with the management, we don't plan to rejoin the
Yes, you may proceed.
journey with all the money that we have paid. Because as you can see, we are all programs. We don't have like a Maybach waiting for me in front of the lobby. We also have the same options as everybody. So if of course the members of parliament the opposition want to propose something that is required money to like collaborate with us. Also, you're you're most happy to. Okay? So if you want to continue this morning about the profit, then we can do it in a different way.
Yes, Mr. President. you may
So
rise
can
and
I
speak.
add some more? So because okay, don't worry about the corruptions of the money. It's not going to happen because each cent that going out from the bank will be approved by Encik Ahmad, if I'm not mistaken. So anything will be approved by the management itself. So do not worry about the corruption. If we want to corrupt, we will get corrupt by them first. Okay, so that's the first main. And second one, when we are be the SRC, what I see is there are no passive income or even income for SRC. So my thinking and Fakrul is how we want to make sustain, how we want to help student, especially for emergency, where we want to get the money. So right now we are planning a lot of a passive income, like Fakrul said, massage chair, photo booth, and around 17 March they are going to Family Mart business trip. So we try to hope to pray the good for UTP. If they are rent for Nadi, is a very a good income for the UTP and also for the SRC itself. And there have been a few more that I think Fakrul not mention because there is a confidential where we want to settle down with a legal first, and after that it will be a procedure where we can get a rental from the some special term. I will not disclose yet because this is going very helpful for SRC not just on our tenure but the next tenure. So the problem when I see come SRC I come that we do not have any sustainable income to ensure. If you compare to the other university IPTA, they get a lot of income, they get a lot of funding, seed funding from Kementerian and so on. That is the problem that we do not get this opportunity as the IPTS. So what I come with Safakro, we want to at least build the strong foundation first for the next tenure. At least we get a passive income. So SRCMA is one of that and we still ongoing on that. So but however, there is few passive income that are going to happen soon. So thank you so much. And also I want to add, previously I'm not going to talk back, but this is the reality check that I want to tell you guys. Previously, all the HICOM will get a full suit. We can get allowance for full suit. It's around 900 ringgit. But we as a HICOM rejected because we know that money should go to the student itself. So that's why I think if you think they're going to be corrupt or something, I hope in my tenure there is no corruption, there is no pembaziran, excuse me, yeah, that will happen. I hope that's all the money, every cent that we are going to go out, the money go to the student bags. So thank you so much.
Is there any more question from the floor to the President? Yes, Joe Science, you may rise and
So
speak.
I'd like to make a statement. This is an early announcement of our initiative. So actually, SRC UTP will be announcing the soon enough after our secretariat has been implemented. So we want to announce this official sponsorship application for clubs for more of a like a seed fund because most clubs don't have an advanced budget. So why not be like, uh, okay, thank you, thank you.
Is there any more question to the president or anyone of you want to speak? Yes, youth empowerment. You may rise and speak.
All right. So first of all, I would like to congratulate us, everyone here, lah, members of parliament or the SRC opposition party and so on for making it here. And also for the SRC, just like what Mr. Sarah said last night, for 100 days, that is quite a lot. Okay, so, all right. So this upcoming next week or next 2 weeks, we will have a recruitment drive for the secretariat, right? So my question here is that it's quite simple. Besides team building, how do you ensure like the students who join the secretariat do not have feel left out, or we as an SRC and the secretariat have a barrier that separate us? For example, I might be comfortable with Faiz. Okay, sorry. Comfortable with martial art, geoscience, CFS, and Village 5, and so on. And then suddenly when the secretariat came into the came into our circle, I mean the part of the SRC, I suddenly feel uncomfortable because I didn't know them much yet. And even team building, it's kind of bit of awkward. So how do you ensure that we maintain a good relationship with them, good friendship, and ensuring that they feel belong inside the part of the SRC? Thank you.
Okay, so Alhamdulillah. Okay, so thank you so much for MC for the question. So, okay, for the secretariat is why we do the secretariat. First of foremost, we know we have 30 students as the SRC members. So if this one we get for benchmarking from UKM, they have 30 plus also the MVP. However, the secretariat is around 100 above secretariat to help SRC in the initiative event and so on. So get back to your question, how we want to ensure that they are joining our circle. So correct. So first of all, we have a team building. Second one, you guys, especially for the SRC and also MVP, can involve them in your meetings to ensure that they have a same mindset that, oh, I am someone that giving back to the students. So I'm a secretariat, I'm also play the important role as SRC to give the student back to the students. So that's first thing. You have play an important role, not to be SRC is the SRC, secretariat is secretariat. No. They have their job scope. However, you as SRC, please don't put hierarchy stuff, hierarchy mindset in that thing. Because there are students that are going to help us to deliver our initiative, deliver our manifesto. So take part as, let's say, there are the secretariat, involve them in all your meetings. Do not give your work to secretariat. They have a specific role to help you. Not on term of, oh, you have initiative, you have to done all of the things. No. They have a specific job scope. So in term of friendship and what we call friendship or bonding, this thing I want to emphasize in term of professionalism. This thing is very important, professionalism. So when you come and SRC show the professionalism, a friendship is a friendship, professional is professional doing the work. So my advice to you guys, don't make a barrier with the secretariat, get involved with them, try to outside the office, outside the workings area, try to ask them to join us. At the first, we also not know each other, right? We from different background. I also do not know you guys. However, when it's come part for the bonding and so on, we can create it. We also as a human being have the empathy towards the secretariat that we know they will help us. So why not we involve them in our discussion, involve them in our meeting, try to meet them, try to teach them exposure about the SRC stuff and so on. So for the benefit of the secretariat, I have a lot of benefit that we have list down in our IG, so you guys can look it and register, guys. So let's say I will say about the bonding, I think we can try first, try give a shot first. Don't worry about that first, because that thing is not happen yet. But we prepare ourselves is better than overthinking what will happen for the next day. So I believe from the SRC part and also any SRC for the future, just try our best to make sure secretariat feel belonging with us. Because at the end, they is our hand also to help in delivery the initiative. So thank you so much.
Yes, Isaac, the last one.
Okay, so I have a question. For the secretariat position, can the MP apply for it or is it only for students?
So, MP. Okay, for now, for the regulation, we are not strict if MP cannot. You guys can apply. However, you will go to same process with the student. You have to go to interview session, selection, and so on. That's all.
Is there any more question from the floor to the president? Yes, V5. Oh no, DC.
Hold on. Okay, sorry. So about the job scope of the secretariat, like just now you said that we cannot give our initiatives, we cannot give them work. So what is exactly the job scope?
So first of all, what secretariat is, it's going to help you in terms of the initiative. They do not initiate the initiative. They do not. We have an initiative. Let's say I want to build a food food court, not food court. Let's say I want to build a food court, and I give, this is our initiative. You have to done it. You have to meeting with the management. You have to do the proposal. You have to do the not. Secretariat is not that. Secretariat maybe join in your discussion. They will update the IG, do help in the communication like JMP, Bon 16, or even joining our event initiative to be the handful of students. Maybe for the part of registration, for the parts of helping us to give distributions, for the watermelon distribution like SPP. So anything that help us in term of execution planning, not in term of the planning part. That part is our our hakiki. That is what we are doing. So not giving student the work that you are done. So make sure differentiate between this one. They are just helping you, not as a worker for you. Okay? So thank you so much.
Yes, Isaac, you may rise and speak to the president.
Testing. Okay. Still, I want to add up regarding the secretariat position. So, my question is towards the high coms. As we know, the secretariat recruitment drive is new, the new initiative that has been brought up by the SRC member itself. The reasoning that maybe the secretariat wants to join it, maybe that we put it in our SRC UTP official IG. We said that they get the provisional official attire and what so. And the secretariat itself, when they end, what is the main advantage of them? Do they get the advantage to go for an event? They get the position of HICOM easily and what so? Maybe of a board of directors easily because they have the opportunity to become the secretariat of SRC. So my friend's question is that when I want to join this secretariat, do I have the advantage to actually become the BOD or maybe the HICOM of the next event if in the future itself? Thank you.
Can I clarify something? The event is the SRC event or any event in UTP?
Any event in UTP.
Okay, sure. So when you ask me personally, there is a benefit to be a secretariat. In term of experience, in term of exposure, in term of working style, that is an benefit to them, I believe. So get back to your friends, there will be a benefit when you guys work with the SRC itself. Because I would say SRC is the nearest closest with the management. When they know how the management work, when we know how firm we are with our decision, people will see them as someone that, I trust him to be a board, to be the high comp in the club. Maybe we not promise them to get the position, but in terms of this skill that they have, they can convince people, they can convince students that I have the experience. I have experience with the management, with the SRC. So that is the benefit that they can get. There's a lot of benefits to be a secretariat. And one of it is the experience and the exposure that you cannot buy in the academic class or you cannot buy in other space. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I would like to just add on to that. So basically, the secretariat is for basically just to let all the students know, just to give a rough picture. Like we said, SRC is one of the highest student body in UTP and also other university student representative council. So the secretariat of SRC is very much needed for that particular organization to execute their tasks in a proper timeline so that we don't get delayed or things don't get delayed or things won't be missed out. So with the right manpower, we'll be able to do the task really better, and also the outcome of the task that we are doing or the outcome of the initiative will be even better with all of the manpower. And now looking at all of the perks that they will be getting from Secretariat SRC is, students might, well, like the question arises just now, student might question, so can I jump in a position in my next SRC event and all that? But it's beyond that. The most important thing here is the exposure, because being the SRC and also the Secretariat SRC, we get direct invitation to direct events under the Ministry of Higher Education, like RPTM and GLU workshops and all of these things. So we get to see a lot of VIPs and make connections with them. We get that opportunity almost every 2 weeks. So this is a great space for you to increase your connections with other higher student bodies of other universities in Malaysia, and also other pegawai-pegawai HEPA in outside our university. Let's not just look inside our universities. There's a lot of things out there. Even myself wasn't aware before becoming an SRC. And after becoming SRC, there was a lot of pluses in the value that you would get. Then that is the most significant thing that you would get from Secretariat SRC. The exposure and the small value of the proper leader. So these are the things that you get. And apart from that, we know that students might ask for more, or they might feel like they want like an identity too. So that's why we came up with giving you all the Secretariat SRC official t-shirt. And also you guys will be the first one, let's say for committees or any events upcoming, you guys will be the first one to know, first one to apply for certain things. So these are the perks that you guys will be getting. So let's not make it, for the students out there, let's not just make it about what you are getting, but this is the sole initiative is to deliver to the students, or from what we can do, we want to do, make it bigger, we want to do it bigger. So the sole initiative is to help the students by increasing our manpower. So that is Secretariat SRC. And let's not forget the values, and most importantly, that the exposure that we get outside the university until the level of Ministry of Higher Education. So that's it from me. Thank you.
With that, we conclude our extended presidential question time. Before we continue, we will have a break for 20 minutes. We would like to request every single one to be seated at 4:10 p.m. Thank you.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas.
Please raise up your hand to serve and represent the responsibility of convention in this convention.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Fellowship and Products.
Please raise up your hand. Serve and represent
spec committee members mungkin boleh dekat di area ni lah.